Usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because
that was fun.
yeah, well, that too. But 35 years ago today,
Oh, get out.
Talking Heads released their 8th and final studio album,
No.
Naked,
35.
featuring a lot of great songs.
Blind?
You've got Totally Nude, you've got Blind, you've got it's a great album, and I just picked that one because it's fun.
Yeah.
And not many people have heard it. So.
You know,
I was shaking my shoulders during that.
you know how many songs are called Mr. Jones? I mean,
There's a lot of songs called Mr.
oh
Jones.
my God. Mr. Jones by Tom Jones.
Really?
Mr. Jones by Elvin Jones. Mr. Jones by Counting Crows. Mr. Jones by Mike Jones. Mr. Jones by Pop Smoke.
What about Me and Mrs. Jones? What about that?
The name of the song is Mr. Jones, not Me and Mrs. Jones. Mr. Jones, and there are movies called Mr. Jones, 3 or 4. Weird. It's because Jones is a popular surname in Britain, it says. I like this one a lot.
I was going to play this one, but it's like 6 minutes.
No, I like what you played. That was good.
Well, it was the thing about that track was it kind of gave hint to what David Byrne had planned after he left Talking Heads.
That could have
Talk
been,
about that.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what you're saying there.
Let
Just
me,
his style.
yeah, the style that he went after.
I see.
Hang on, let me find. Because this came out soon after the band broke up, and I love this song. Here we go. It's from the album Feelings, which is the cover is a G.I. Joe style David Byrne action figure, and it's called Feelings.
I love America.
Oh, I see what you mean.
He went heavy into Latin influences.
Yeah.
And Talking Heads fans were having none of it.
Why? This is
don't know.
awesome.
Because they're
I
crazy.
enjoyed it, myself.
I learned to play the maracas when he did that.
How could you not like this?
I know, right? I loved it.
Can I afford to move above my station? I'm not the only heart you call.
Selling out to the Latin beat, man.
You should always sell out to the left.
Selling out to the Latin beat.
But boy, can she be cruel. And I know how tall she is without her platform shoes.
Nice.
I love it.
Yeah. And that's on the first album after
I
Talking
think it
Heads?
was first or second. I can't recall.
And it made you want a David Byrne action figure, right?
It did.
Did
I
they?
remember we were over at Trolley Corners when this album came out, and I remember Mike Summers throwing the CD.
He didn't
I
like
can't
it.
play that. I just went, wait a minute, let me see.
I'll take it.
And I took it back to my desk, and I went, oh, it's delightful, actually. I'm the only one who likes it.
No, you're not the only one.
At that time,
but
yeah.
not commercially.
Not a commercially viable, after all the Talking Heads that we had, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with people. I mean, sometimes artists that you like end up doing things that suck.
Yeah,
But this
yeah.
is not the case.
No, it's true. No,
It's not
in,
the
in
case
this
here.
case, I think he did just fine. But hang on, I have to get past the swear word.
Why does he swear in such a pleasant song?
Well, he's it's not a pleasant song.
I haven't really paid attention to the lyrics.
If you listen carefully, it's
He's tricking you with happy beats.
I'm easily duped.
I miss America, but boy can she be cruel.
Oh.
Ah,
And sometimes I think of her when she is,
yeah. Okay.
Ah,
you know,
okay.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Sorry, folks, you're listening.
So
You're having a look into my afternoons. here.
Let's ruin this. Let's ruin
Why?
this.
No, don't ruin
And
it.
I'm curious as to what Mr. Jones by Counting Crows sounds
We
like.
play that all the time.
I don't-
That's their most famous
Is it,
song.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
is.
know. I don't know that. I mean, when I hear
The
it, I'll probably
second
know.
you hear it, you will go, "Oh yeah,
Give me a sec.
that's their number one hit."
Yeah, it's the
Well, I don't need to hear it then.
too late.
Thanks. What about Tom Jones?
Nope.
No.
There.
Oh yeah. Okay.
See, now you know.
Yeah. That's enough.
You know, coming up later today, we have Counting Crows tickets to give away.
Ooh.
Bill, you could hear that song. Well, that's probably the song they closed the show with, I'm
think?
betting.
Well, I'm not going to the show, so
Well, somebody is, because we're giving away tickets later in the day.
I'm not going to the show because they're likely to play that song, and I don't need to hear it again.
Play Mr. Jones!
Oh, it's not a song. It's an album by Tom Jones.
Oh, is it?
Sorry.
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 Oh well. I was hoping he did a song called Mr. Jones. Nope. Because his name is, in fact, Tom Jones. Sir Tom Jones. A
Call him
popular
Dr. Jones.
a popular surname in Britain.
And I saw this yesterday, and I'm thank you to Sue for reminding me. Is that John Mulaney's next comedy special will feature music by David Byrne.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
I wonder where the phrase jonesing for something came from.
Yeah,
If you're jonesing for something.
look it up.
Let me look.
If it has something
I hope it
to-
has something to do with Jim Jones.
No, I don't. No, I don't think so.
I'm jonesing for an apocalypse.
No. How about I'm jonesing for some Kool-Aid? No, I don't think so. I don't think it has anything to do with that. Jonesing. You can't find it?
The word,
Oh, you found it.
yes. The word is formed by adding the participle ing to the proper noun Jones, itself slang for an addict's drug habit. Soon you're out to keep from getting the Jones. Jonesing is a...
But why?
Why
but-
Jones?
Yeah, but why do they call it the Jones? It doesn't really explain anything other than it's just a version of that word. It doesn't say why Jones.
We need the oranges of
In
that
the
word.
1960s,
Yes.
especially in New York, heroin, as well as heroin addicts, dealers, withdrawals, and drug addiction itself were all colloquially referred to as Mr. Jones. One popular but unsubstantiated story
Here we
has
go.
it that Jones Alley in Manhattan used to serve as a hub for heroin addicts.
I'm going for that.
There you go.
That's what I'm betting. That's where it came from. Aren't words fun?
Yes.
It's fun to learn about words
Yes.
and where they came from.
Etymology, Bill? Is
Etymology,
that what
yeah.
you're talking about?
No, that's the study of bugs, Gina.
It's entomology.
No. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Now people will
Words
think
are fun, aren't they?
Now people will think that I really meant that,
Yes.
that I didn't know.
Bill knows everything. If you ever think Bill doesn't know something, you're wrong.
I know most
He
things.
knows.
I know most things. I mean, ask me about anything. I'll know something about it.
Or you make it sound very convincing that you
No,
know.
I
something.
really will know something about it. Something. Maybe it's not completely accurate, but I will know something about almost everything. You can test me if you want.
Well, you didn't know what jonesing meant.
No, but I knew I knew enough to say that it came from somewhere.
I knew enough to say
That
well,
it came from
everything
somewhere.
comes from somewhere.
See? Exactly.
Good going, Bill. Nice job,
That's
Bill.
my point exactly. Everything comes from
Everything
somewhere.
comes from somewhere.
Now, you can take that to the bank.
Now, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Robert Blake. Well, he popularized it. I don't know if he originated it, but I know something about that.
Attaboy, Bill.
Thank you. That was a pat on the back, wasn't it?
It was an attaboy.
Yeah. I like that. That's a nice pat on the back. One more?
Bill.
There, that's a good one. I like that.
How about this?
That's right, Bill. You've got a dead hooker on your hands. Again.
Again? What's that
I
from?
can't remember.
Let's get back to showing Bill that life is happy.
Yeah.
Bill's a lying, cheating, drug addict piece of garbage, and we all hope he dies.
Oh, wow.
Well,
It's not very
it's a little
nice.
harsh.
Fortunately, Bill has come prepared.
Yes.
Once again, it looks like Bill has thought this through.
You have a lot of Bill.
You just collect things like that.
I
You
just-
probably have a lot
I
of
grab-
Ginas, don't
I
you?
do. I have a lot of Ginas.
Yeah.
Although there was one that I missed the other day because I was lying there watching it, and it said it was just Gina. It was yellow, and I went, "Oh, I've got a lot of those. I don't."
What's more
don't
common
need
to
another
hear,
one.
Bill or Gina?
Bill.
Probably Bill, right?
Yeah.
But if I make mistakes, just let me know.
So people should not be afraid to correct.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's correct. That's right. Don't be afraid to correct me. I like it when I'm wrong.
Oh, Bill, it looks like you got caught with your pants not only down, but off.
Yep. That's happened. That has happened.
Let us begin so we can end.
Okay, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back with your check-ins if you've a mind to do it. Call 877-602-9696 and point out where I'm wrong.
Ask Bill anything. He knows everything.
Now, I don't know everything, but I know enough to say something about everything. 877-602-9696. Point out where I'm wrong or whatever you'd like to do. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. You can also use the text number 33986.
BigOTires.com.
I know this about Big O Tires. They have the lowest price on every tire every day, and that's on popular brands that you love, like Michelin and Goodyear and Cooper and Pirelli and more. And right now, Big O is having a buy three, get one free sale on Sumitomo ASPO3 tires and on Cooper tires.
You were right about all that, Bill. I checked your work.
Thank you.
You can check Bill's work, too, at bigotires.com, because all of this is listed there. That's also the place you can go and make an appointment right online.
Yeah, it's I've done that. It's really works slick. You just select the Big O Tire store near you, and it'll show you what times are available. And when you make that appointment, you take your car in, and they are ready for you. They say, yes, sir, right here. We've got your appointment. They do a lot of things there, too. They do oil changes and brakes and all of that. Find the Big O Tire store near you. Go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right at. He said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind, if I bring him in for a minute. Just he wanted to say hi.
Well,
Okay.
is it safe? I mean,
Well, can I
okay.
see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't
see him.
see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's
no,
that's Chainsaw
is that your
Guy at
house?
my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Here, let me-
Hi,
there.
Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger.
Do you
As a
have your
one-legged
chainsaw?
tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I
Because
do
I
or
have a
not.
question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you can do is you do it first, and you take your away. And then you take a higher fluid, and then the weather cover. And now the weather will breathe turn around with the hammer, and then you take it there. And then, if it's you can't get it in, and then you grab it there, and you grab it out there, and you say, Dad! Dad! And then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious. I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
that,
986.
All right, let's get this over with.
ain't you got something to say? Say it. 877-602-9696. That's the number. You can check in with us if you like. We'll give a random checker-inner a Radio from Hell coffee mug. You can also text 33986, but no coffee mug for you. Gina?
Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss the Great Mountain Groove, Pixie and the Partygrass Boys, the Sweet Lilies, and Sickard Hollow at Commonwealth Room this Saturday, March 18th. Get tickets in the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
Well, if you're jonesing to see a sunrise, go outside at 7:37 this morning. That's when it's going to happen. Or if you're jonesing for a sunset, 7:35 this evening. The moon is a waning crescent moon, 34.1% of full. The moon will set today at 1:28 p.m., today being Thursday. It's the 16th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. Gina,
Yeah?
here's your countdown.
Okay.
There are 601 days, that's 19 months, until the next presidential election. And this is the I know just enough to get myself into a world of trouble edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. It's the show that in 2011 won the Pete Suazo Award for Social Justice. We're Radio from Hell, social justice warriors. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our fine producer, and we have Cameron Diaz and Dawson helping out as well. It's Women's History Month. I have a really interesting woman to spotlight. Would you like to hear about her?
Sure.
And there's a picture of her at x96.com/live. Her name is Mary Edwards Walker. She was born in 1832. You can also see a picture of her on my Twitter feed at RFHBill. She cuts a rather dashing figure in her men's clothing, doesn't she?
Yes.
She was the first female physician in the United States Army. Mary Edwards Walker is the only woman to receive the Medal of Honor. After her application to join the Union Army as a medical officer was denied because she was a woman,
Right.
Mary said, I'm going to volunteer then, and she volunteered as a surgeon. While on duty in 1864, Mary was captured by the Confederate Army and held as a prisoner for a few months. By the time October rolled around, Mary had been released and given a commission as acting assistant surgeon. But in 1865, Andrew Johnson, the president, signed a bill awarding Mary the Medal of Honor because she devoted herself with much patriotic zeal to the sick and wounded. But none of that kept Congress from trying to take her medal away.
Why?
Because she was a woman.
Because Congress has always been this way?
Apparently.
Congress tried to strip Walker of her medal in 1917, when it was decided only those who had engaged in combat would remain eligible for the award. Well, Mary Edwards Walker refused to give up the medal,
for her.
and she wore it until the day she died in 1919.
I think that's on her chest
Yep.
there.
And as if she wasn't cool enough, she also was arrested multiple times for wearing men's clothing.
She looks nice.
She was arrested. several times.
She's dressed very
So,
nicely.
so thank God that Daddy DeSantis is here to take us back to these times.
Yep.
Happy,
You betcha.
Happy International Women's Day.
There you go.
Oh, Governor Cox has a message for you, too, coming up.
Isn't that, I just love, that's a great story, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. Arrested several times for, jeez.
Things don't change.
No,
It
apparently
doesn't
not.
seem.
It's that's discouraging, isn't it?
A little bit.
Wait, one might even say it's institutional.
You
Carrie,
mean
careful,
institutional
Carrie,
racism?
careful.
Is this critical race theory
I'd
we're
be-
verging on here?
It's
Well,
institutional
sexism.
sexism.
That doesn't exist.
Right.
That doesn't exist.
Does
folks.
that make you feel bad, Carrie, as a man?
As
Does
a
that
man?
make you feel bad when we bring
It
that
doesn't,
up?
Gina, as a man, it does not make me feel bad. It makes me feel really insecure. 877-602-9696 if you want to check in with us and make a comment on any of that nonsense.
Texters, I want Bill's recipe for corned beef mustard sauce.
Oh, the mustard sauce.
Your
I'll get it.
wife's family
I'll get it,
recipe.
and I'll post it tomorrow or later today on Twitter at
So it's-
RFH Bill.
So it's a semi-complicated recipe?
It's
or
not
just
real.
a lot of ingredients.
As I recall, it's not real hard. I just don't have
Just
it.
don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't have it right at my fingertips.
Johnny B checking in. I'm the proud owner of some goat bratwurst. The butcher shop also hooked me up with a goat skull that girlfriend and I need to clean the flesh off.
Wow, jeez.
Does Gina know where to find those flesh-eating beetles?
No, I don't.
There's a lot of good meat on the face. Full lineup welder checking in. You guys are awesome. I would love a coffee mug so much. I collected them with
Well,
my
you have
wife.
to call in for the coffee mug.
33986 does not cut it for the mug. You have to call us 877-602-9696.
I really don't feel like todaying today, but looking forward to Geek News. Well, that's coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. Salem Steve checking in. I knew a Mr. Jones whose nickname was Dog Breath.
Jeez.
All right.
Did he know that was his nickname? I bet he didn't know.
Dog
that.
Breath Jones.
Huge Brands Casey checking in. Jonesing for some coffee before I get to slinging shirts. Lunch Lady Katie checking in. Chicken Alfredo for lunch today with perfectly cooked pasta.
She knew Carrie would question that.
I'll believe it when I munch on it. Let's see. Ian, your Amazon driver here. The crow that caws in the opening song that Carrie plays is so annoying. That's probably the point,
Yes.
right? Well, yes. Yes, it is.
Apparently we have Eric on line 1, but I don't see that you can go to there. Now you can go to Eric.
Thank you.
Eric, hello. How are things in Harriman today?
Harriman is Harriman. It's always windy, and we kind of have our own, how do you put it? Like our own forecast, our own climate
Microclimate.
out here.
You have your own microclimate, right?
There you go. You nailed it. Yeah. Well, this is my first time calling, and I've been a listener forever. Since someone showed me or talked to me about you guys when I was at Mill Hollow. I think it was 7th grade. But anyway, long story short, love you guys. You've always been there for me. You've helped me get through some bad times.
Well,
and shared some good times.
Eric, we'll give you a coffee mug. How would you like that?
There you go.
I would absolutely love it.
All right. There
Hang
you
on
go.
the line,
Thanks,
and
Eric.
we'll make sure that you get a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
All right. Have a great day, you three.
too.
Hold,
For
hold,
some
please.
reason.
You can't put him
Oh,
on hold.
damn it. Eric, call back.
Yeah, you'll have to
I'm
call
having
back.
some interface issues here.
Some
That's okay.
problems with the phone.
Katie will take care of you if you call back.
Randy, no, Randy's gone now.
Sorry.
That
We're
was
having
weird.
an interface issue, so
Oh, good, because we have Hello Yeah What coming up
yeah,
later.
we'll have it figured out by then.
We've got traffic figured out today. For the first time in a really long time, we have dry roads this morning for the morning commute. And no accidents to tell you about. This is lovely. We don't even have traction laws in effect for Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. Just feel free to speed your way up to the ski resorts today.
Have fun.
In your rear-wheel drive vehicle, if that's what you have.
Good luck with that.
But if you do see something you think friends of the program need to know about, you can text us 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Thank you. All right, coming up in the next break, we have not only big boy news, but we have geek news for you as well. And, Boner of the Day coming up. Hello, Yeah What, here in about 7:45, right after we award the Boner. Beat Gina coming up. All kinds of stuff for you. All right, let's go.
Don't miss a single moment of the radio.
People have their favorite donuts. The places they want to go for a donut. You probably have a place that you like that you'll go for a donut. When you crave a donut, some special shop.
Here in the state, when I'm craving a donut, I'll go to Harmon's and get the Dunford.
Damn it! That's what I was just going to talk about.
Dunford chocolate one.
Why damn it?
Well, because that's fascinating that you would say that. I think because that's what I was going to talk about. Now I like Banbury Cross donuts.
I love the cinnamon.
I like their
Banbury
fritters.
Cross donuts.
Yeah, and those cinnamon ones are good. They do and then there are several donut shops around. There was that place out in Tooele. Their donuts were quite good. But yesterday, I went to the grocery store to Harmon's, and I had a text from my wife that said, "Your child is requesting donuts." And I said, "What kind?" "Dunford chocolate donuts."
Mm-hmm. Let's go get the box at Harmon's.
Yeah, 6 in a box.
People are saying you should go to the factory and get them because they're warm.
Oh, I don't even know where the factory is.
I don't know either.
So I got the box of 6 in a box, and
it's in West Jordan, Bill. You're going to be there on Saturday.
I'll check it out. And then the guy who was checking my groceries through said, "You don't mind if you just take home 5 of these, do you?" Meaning he was going to slip one out of the box and eat it himself.
Oh, I see.
I don't remember the last time I purchased a donut.
So
I usually just get them.
They just arrive?
Yeah.
So I got it home, and I had one. And I mean, I've had them before, but I just had to stop and remark, these are just damn good, and they're a donut out of a box.
Yeah, the Dunford chocolate cake donut, and I got to have milk with it. I got to have a little bit of milk with it. And that's the perfect snack right there.
They go good with Old Forester too.
Oh.
You had bourbon and chocolate.
Sure,
goes
why
with
not?
Bourbon.
Why not? But I don't know. It just kind of surprises me that it's rather than a boutique donut shop. And I like the Banbury Cross, and I've had donuts from other places that I like, but just a factory-made donuts, and it's so good. And you know who else? You know who loved those donuts?
No, not Rosie.
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr.
Well, yeah.
When she lived here in Salt Lake, she said that's what I ate all the time.
Well, we won't hold that against the Dunford donut.
They can't help who purchases their
Exactly.
donuts.
That was back when she was a perfectly fine person.
Back when she was somewhat normal?
When she was, and she was funny.
And now everyone's weighing in on their favorite donuts.
Oh,
Darla's Donuts.
Where?
Darla's Donuts.
Remember?
Do
We had somebody
Have we
bring
had
us
them?
Darla's Donuts, I think.
Bowman's in Kaysville, grocery store donuts, really good. Lindsay says, "Call me a fatty, but I've never had a bad donut."
Oh no, Lindsay!
The other
now
donut,
I want a donut.
the other box donut that's not bad is the what do they call? It's the host of their old fashions, or is that what they're called? They're just they're not the ones with powdered sugar on them.
No,
they're just a cake donut. Is that what they're called? The old fashioned
that has kind of the crunchy. Looks like a shamrock almost.
Yeah, those are
which I like because it shows you how to eat it. You just break off
the pumpkin rolls at Maverick. People are saying
a pumpkin roll,
and I am hearing. Let's see, sour cream glazed old fashioned. Where do you get that, guy? That sounds good. Donuts and Deli on 27th and State has good
Never
donuts,
heard of it.
apparently. It's just a little. The Franz old-fashioned chocolate donuts are amazing.
I saw that box of Franz. I didn't see the Dunfords right off the bat. I thought, they don't have.
They're usually
Dunfords.
down on the bottom shelf.
Yeah, and I saw the Franz. I thought, well, maybe I'll try those, and then I spotted the Dunford.
Provo Bakery in Utah Valley. My Sugar's donut.
I don't think you should be allowed to bring up a topic like donuts unless you we're going to pull out of your bag. And
and by the way,
I've brought some in for everybody because now I want it.
Well, you know, the Food Ranch in Orangeville, Utah. I don't want to have anything from.
Ranch?
I don't want to have anything from something called the Food
I
Ranch.
want to have everything from the Food Ranch.
It's like I would
Ranch
never
where?
I would never buy a dress at the dress barn.
Now, when I read this text, I read it in this voice. The Chevron in Camas has the best fritters. They got fritters.
They got
At
fritters.
the Chevron in
Boy,
Camas.
look at all these places.
Mountain Donuts in Ogden.
Cross E Ranch has amazing apple cider donuts.
Big O Donuts? Never heard of it. They're downtown, apparently.
Oh yeah, Big O. They're the vegan donut place.
Oh yeah,
we've had those.
And they are pretty good.
They are good.
Yeah.
Nighttime Donuts in Tooele.
That's the one.
That's the one we had.
Yeah.
And you'd have to go to Tooele.
Donut Boy in West Valley.
Donut Boy?
I like that. Donut Boy.
Donut Boy.
What's your preferred spelling?
Oh yeah, is it O-U-G-H or D-O-N-U-T?
Or is it D-O or is it D-O-N-U-T?
No, that's not right.
But there are plenty of people who do that. I prefer D-O-U-G-H. I'm old-fashioned.
Because it's
that
dough.
Way. Yeah, it's dough. It's a donut.
Like Aquaman can call for fish to come to him, Gina can call for donuts to come for her.
They're not here.
I don't want to try I don't want to try something called duck donuts. I'm not sure that's actually a pastry or of anything.
Chevron and Camas has won awards for their donuts.
Really?
There you go.
Camas Chevron donuts are the best.
Okay.
All right.
People are standing up for the Chevron and Camas.
I'm going to head up to Camas.
Let's go to Camas.
Daylight Donuts in St. George if you're passing through, apparently. Beardall's Bakery in Magna.
Beardall's.
There's a lot of donut. Can we do the
A
donut tour of Utah?
Yeah, sure, why not?
You a cop?
Years and years ago, Carrie and years ago, Carrie and I did the burger tour of northern Utah.
Yeah.
We went to looking for the best burger. I think we went to 10 or 11 burger joints up in the northern part of the state. We went from, I guess we didn't go any past Brigham City.
No, we didn't go that far. They were all good, though. You don't. It's The Cure. The song is called High because on this day, in 1992, The Cure released this lead single from their 9th studio album, Wish.
And they're coming to town.
And they are on their way. All right. Let's get some big boy news going then. And a Pinuendo. Brought to you by
other people coming to town. Lots of folks, actually. It's the Kilby Block Party at the Utah State Fairgrounds, May 12th through the 14th. 3-day festival including the Strokes, Pavement, Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Run the Jewels. That's just a few.
Pixies.
Pixies are coming. You can win a pair of 3-day passes by listening to Todd Newcomb during your drive home or Nick Davis at night. For contest details, ticket links, and the full lineup, go to x96.com.
I believe my youngest offspring has tickets to that. Very excited.
I need to get tickets
all
to
3
that.
days. All 3 days. Lindsay Lohan is pregnant for the first time. Joe Exotic is running for president. He's still in prison, of course. The Tiger King is still in prison, but he's running for president. He wants to make America exotic again.
Okay.
And Adele
Yes?
says that Shakira's husband is in big trouble.
What?
Why?
Or her ex.
ex-husband?
Her ex is in big trouble.
That's right.
We're Team Shakira, by the way.
Yes.
Hello.
Shakira's name was mentioned during one of her recent Las Vegas residency concerts. In a video shared on Twitter, Adele is seen asking an audience member at her show to name her favorite musician besides, of course, herself. And in the video, the fan says, "Oh, I love Shakira," to which the Grammy winner replies, "Oh, I saw her performance last night on Jimmy Fallon, and oh, her ex-husband's in trouble." Shakira has experienced a whole lot of turbulence in the past year. She not only saw tax fraud accusations from 2018 turn into actual charges, but she's also been embroiled in a very public, messy breakup with her ex-boyfriend, retired soccer player Gerard Piqué. Although the former couple was never married, they have 2 sons together, Milan and Sasha. Piqué allegedly cheated on Shakira, and how could you do that? He eventually left her for Clara Chia Marti, who's in her 20s. He just wanted a younger model, I guess. The breakup and betrayal has inspired Shakira to collaborate with Argentinian DJ and producer Bizarrap to create the epic diss track Bizarrap Music Session number 53, also known as Out of Your League.
A diss track.
And it's number 1.
And Shakira is out of your league, Mr. Piqué. There she is. A Texas judge will hear arguments today, Wednesday, it says, in a lawsuit. So I guess it started yesterday.
It started yesterday.
In a lawsuit that could result in the ban of mifepristone. Mifepristone. Is that how you say it?
Mifepristone.
I don't know. Mifepristone,
I
which
knew
is
I was going to
used
have trouble with that one today.
which is used for medical abortions nationwide. Now they're hearing this case in Amarillo, Texas.
Do you know why?
Because they did something called judge shopping. This should not be allowed.
No.
But the anti-abortion rights group Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine claims that the Food and Drug Administration wrongly approved this drug for use more than 23 years ago, and they looked around all over the country to find a judge, and there was one in Amarillo, Texas, who they thought that would be very sympathetic to their case. And
Not thought, they know. This judge, appointed by Donald Trump, which is why it matters who you vote for president, because these decisions affect you down the line. This judge, before he became a judge, was a member of this group that brought the lawsuit.
there you go.
There you go.
So he's, why are they even bothering
I don't
having
know.
a hearing about it?
I don't know.
We know what he's going to do.
So there you go.
This is your Christo-fascism that we've been warning you about.
But
Harry, you were overreacting.
I know I'm overreacting.
Even if he does do that, no matter how he rules, the case will still be appealed to the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans, which leans conservative. 12 judges appointed by Republican presidents, the remaining 4 appointed by Democratic presidents, and there is a possibility the case could reach the Supreme Court. And then we know how it would go there. The abortion clinic ban in Utah, the bill doing that has been signed by Governor Cox.
Happy International Women's Month.
Abortion clinics will be banned in Utah starting next year. Governor Cox signed the bill yesterday. The law will impose other restrictions on abortions as the state's trigger ban is held up in court. Representative Carrie Ann Lisenby's House Bill 467 was among the more controversial bills passed this legislative session. It passed out of both the House and the Senate along party lines. So, in other words, there were some lone, distant Democratic voices in the distance that said, don't do it. The CEO of Planned Parenthood, Carrie Galloway, Planned Parenthood of Utah, said in a statement that Planned Parenthood Association of Utah is exploring all options to preserve access to abortion in Utah ahead of the bill's effective date of May 3rd. Her organization is the lead plaintiff in the lawsuit challenging Utah's abortion trigger law. It operates, the Planned Parenthood operates one of only 2 clinics that offer surgical abortion and 3 of 4 that prescribe abortion medication in Utah.
Spencer Cox famously fooled by the Project Veritas video some years ago.
Yeah. A final push of rain caused water to go over the Gunlock Reservoir spillway.
Oh, these are cool.
Creating some fantastic waterfalls, but also causing flooding concerns. I don't know if we have pictures of it or not.
Do we have any?
The spill happened earlier than expected, finally breaking through around 3 a.m. yesterday morning. The falls are beautiful to see. They look incredible. The excess
It's that
water.
red rock
it's-
with the
it's-
water coming over.
Oh, really?
it. Yeah, it's really pretty.
That's not it. What
That's
we're
not
looking
it.
at.
This is stock photos of flooding.
Yeah, that's just
we don't have the actual photo.
Experts anticipate the Santa Clara River will not flood, but photos do show the river flowing extremely high and even starting to approach the road. The river is still in its channel, and they're starting to worry a little bit about flooding here along the Wasatch Front as well.
Should be.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a major property owner in the state of Utah, has donated a massive amount of water shares to the Great Salt Lake. Utah's Department of Natural Resources confirmed that the group donated, the Faith Group, it says here, Fox 13 report. The Faith Group donated 5,700 water shares to the lake.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. It's about the size of Little Dell Reservoir.
And it's not a one-time thing. They
No.
just said,
They
here,
just said here.
you can have
So,
them.
so all that water is allegedly to flow into
Yeah.
the Great Salt Lake?
It should. In the spring of 2018, President Trump signed a law that watered down the landmark Regulatory Reform Act, a banking act that his predecessor had enacted following the global financial crisis. The changes won a surprising supporter, liberal former Congressman Barney Frank. Frank was a primary architect of the Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, better known as Dodd-Frank, but since his retirement, he's repeatedly voiced support for softening one of the law's key planks, that any bank with more than $50 billion in assets should face especially intensive federal supervision. No, let's not look so closely at them anymore. So President Trump did sign a bill that weakened that clause, and 2 banks now have failed.
Yeah.
Geez, I wonder why. A missing teenager from Dallas, Texas, 13-year-old, reported missing, was later found locked in a shed outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, 1,000 miles away. Authorities say a vehicle registered to a man living in the county where the girl was found, held against her will, is connected to the same man the girl was chatting with online. They believe he abducted her, abused her, took her 1,000 miles, and then locked her in a shed. But she's been found safe and sound. Well, not sound, perhaps, but safe. A Texas woman whose career in radio spans 71 years was awarded a Guinness World Record for her tenure in broadcasting.
Good for her.
Mary McCoy was awarded the record for the longest career as a radio DJ when her time in the industry was verified at 71 years, 357 days on February 15th. McCoy, who got her start working 5 days a week as a radio host at the age of 12, beat the previous record by more than 3 years. So she's 71 years she's been underpaid.
That's right. And we might have a chance at matching that if radio wasn't going to go away.
She's 85 years old and still hosts a 2-hour country classic show 6 days a week on KVST, K-Star Country in Huntsville, Alabama.
God bless her. I want to hear her show.
And now more Waylon Jennings.
I have no desire to hear it in this at all.
Why?
I'd be curious.
Because
Yeah.
for the first time ever, the French Bulldog has become the most popular dog breed in the United States.
A dog that should not exist.
That's right. It knocked the Labrador Retriever out of a historic reign as the nation's top breed for the past 31 years. So we know Gina Barberi will be getting rid of her Golden Retriever and getting a French Bulldog because she always goes with the trends.
No.
Known for its playful and adaptive nature, the Frenchie looks like a miniature version of a bulldog. They are very cute, that is for sure, but they don't. They are not natural. They
can't breathe,
and they can only be born by like cesarean section or something.
And they can't breed on their own. I don't think.
Yeah,
they can't be born. They can't. They shouldn't exist.
Yeah, they are.
They're adorable,
and they're always the ones I've been around. They're very sweet,
little pups,
very playful,
great little dogs.
They don't bark much. They're very expensive.
Yeah.
The top breeds are now French Bulldog, then Labrador Retriever, then Golden Retriever, then German Shepherd. It's amazing. German Shepherds have just always hung in there, as a...
Well, the superior genes.
Poodle is number 5, 6, Bulldog, 7, Rottweiler, 8, Beagle, 9, Dachshund, and number 10, German Short-Haired Pointer. That's the only dog of the 10 I can't picture. German Short-Haired Pointer. Over there. Hey, over
pointer.
There. Over there. Over there. All right, that's it. Sports weather traffic.
Sports weather traffic.
It's your Mad Marchness.
Oh.
You guys got your brackets filled out?
Nope.
You got the Aggies on there. Utah State. Yeah, Utah State is dancing today. They're a 1.5 point favorite over Missouri in Thursday's opening round. Let's see. They play.
Where are they playing?
They're in Sacramento.
Okay.
They play at 11:40. Other games today: West Virginia and Maryland, Furman and Virginia, Howard and Kansas. And Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Jets, and I would just tell the folks in New York that Aaron Rodgers is a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, so that should go over well with them there. That's sports. Weather.
I think those are the only people who go to Jets games, though.
Are the conspiracy theorists?
Sure, why not?
Let's see. So today, sunny. No precipitation at all today, tomorrow, Saturday. It looks like we're going to have a nice few days. Next chance of rain looks like it won't happen till Sunday night into Monday. So high of 44 today, 46 Friday, 50 by Saturday. So a nice run of days. And those nice days make for nice commutes. At least they are so far this morning. I have no accidents, no weather-related issues.
Really?
No animals running loose.
There were deer running up First South this morning.
Oh, were there?
Yeah.
So if you have
up toward the U.
If you have a report like that, you can text it to us, 33986.
They were using the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
All right. Geek News brought to you by
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet releases soon at Haster Games. Check out the pre-release event Saturday, March 18th at 11 a.m. This tournament is a great way to learn about the Pokemon deck building. Get an exclusive first look at the new cards. Admission is $30 per person. Haster has it.
All right. We had some news break overnight, Geek News breaking overnight. As predicted by Geek News reporter Carrie Jackson, Disney Plus series Willow will not get a second season.
Oh,
for heck's sake.
I know, it's bad news for some. I just didn't. I mean, it's never been for me. If you love it, you love it.
Val
Terrific.
Kilmer's not in it, so.
But they said after the 8 episodes, they're going to cancel it. Every streamer is tightening their belts everywhere you turn. They're dropping the HBO from HBO Max because they can't afford it. But we did get some good news.
What's that?
And that is also as predicted by Geek News reporter Carrie Jackson.
Yes.
James Gunn announced that he will officially direct the Superman reboot, Superman Legacy, for a 2025 release.
I guess that's good news for Superman fans, right?
I think it is because and help me out, Katie. What was the name of the James Gunn's brother produced? It's like an evil
Tim
Superman.
Gunn.
No, his other brother, and it was based on the idea that what if Superman was a bad kid?
Oh, I remember that.
And so if he can do that kind of thing with the Superman effects, look that up.
I wish somebody would do a movie with the Bizarro Superman.
Right, Brightburn? Yeah. Look at
Matt Gunn? Brian
Matt Gunn.
Gunn? Mark Gunn?
Is all of his brothers. Brightburn.
Machine Gun?
Brightburn's the name of the movie, though. And that's presupposes that this bad kid gets Superman powers. But use those effects is what I'm saying, not an evil Superman. And they did do Bizarro in live action, I want to say, on Superman and Lois. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. You could trudge through that if you'd like. But it will be a new, younger Superman. According to the producer, Superman Legacy tells the story of Superman's journey to reconcile his Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing as Clark Kent of Smallville. He is the embodiment of truth, justice, and the American way, guided by human kindness in a world that sees kindness as old-fashioned.
Oh.
So James Gunn wrote the script, and he wasn't sure about directing. But then he released on social media, yes, I'm directing Superman Legacy to be released in 2025, July. My brother Matt told me when he saw the release date, he started to cry. I asked him why, and he said, dude, that's Dad's birthday.
Oh.
Hadn't realized. So there you go. It has been a long road to this point. I was offered Superman years ago. I initially said no because I didn't have a way in that felt unique and fun and emotional. It gave Superman the dignity he deserved.
A way into the story.
A way into the story, yeah. He reads. And then he says, I think I figured it out. I'm pretty happy with the script, and he's going to direct it.
Okay.
So there you go.
I mean, it'd be nice to have a really good Superman movie.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I really liked I kind of liked Superman Returns, and that was Brandon Routh as Superman. That was J.J. Abrams' take on it.
Yeah.
I think it was J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, that was good.
And I liked it okay, but it was mostly because, and I hate to say it, because Kevin Spacey was Lex Luthor, and he was good.
Well, sure. Yeah. Kevin Spacey, whatever else he is,
exactly.
He was a damn good actor.
Always good. Are you ready for more Flintstones?
No.
Is it live action? Is it
No,
animated?
It's animated.
Okay.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene going to be in it?
She'll be playing Barney.
Barney Rubble.
Here's the thing. Seth MacFarlane, some years ago, worked at Hanna-Barbera.
Did he?
Oh.
Then he went off and did his Family Guy thing, and then when he got all the money in the world, he went to Hanna-Barbera. He went back there, and he said, tell you what, I got to take on the Flintstones.
Okay.
And-
It's Seth MacFarlane. I'm listening.
But Hanna-Barbera didn't even bother. They said, we see what you're doing with Family Guy. You're not doing that to the Flintstones.
You're going to ruin the Flintstones.
And he's like, no. I want to honor the Flintstones. I want to do it. He did the same thing with Star Trek, and that became the Orville.
Mm-hmm.
But Deadline is reporting that Fox is officially moving forward with Bedrock, Elizabeth Banks' animated reboot of the Flintstones, starring, you're going to like this, Stephen Root as Fred.
Now, these are voice actors?
These are the voice actors.
It is animated.
It is animated. Okay. So Stephen Root as Fred.
Okay.
That's good.
Amy Sedaris as Wilma.
Yes.
That works. Nicole Byer as Betty.
Mm-hmm.
Jolo Trujillo as Barney. Sorry, it's not Marjorie Taylor Greene. Manny Jacinto as Bam Bam, and Banks herself as Pebbles.
Okay.
The primetime adult comedy series said to focus on continuing the story of the Stone Age family 2 decades later, with Fred on the brink of retirement and 20-something Pebbles embarking on her own career. As the Stone Age gives way to a shiny and enlightened new Bronze Age, the residents of Bedrock will find this evolution harder than a swing from Bam Bam's club, it says here. So,
Okay, well.
I'm trying to remember
show me
Fred's
what you
boss's
got.
name.
Mr. Slate.
Mr. Slate, that's right. and the name of the quarry, did they ever name the quarry where he went to work?
Oh, it was just Slate Gravel. Is all.
Was it?
Hey, look it up. I don't know.
Mr. Slate, that's right.
And finally, this is for Katie because she loves the horror movies. Evil Dead Rise director Lee Cronin revealed, because Bruce Campbell said, "I'm not in the movie. I'm just producing it." Well, he revealed that hidden in the movie somewhere is Bruce Campbell. Says it felt like in order to move the franchise somewhere new and to unlock the potential of the universe to tell more stories, we needed a break free of Ash, his character.
Okay.
But Bruce is hidden in the movie somewhere. Bruce has a small presence in the movie, and the first person to figure out and send me a tweet, I'll give you $50. So it's clearly a low-budget film.
And it is Slate Rock and Gravel Company.
Slate Rock and Gravel.
Thank you.
And also, as far as this new Evil Dead movie goes, the director said, from early on, I said the blood is going to be a character in this movie.
The blood.
I want to be able to behave and flow the way I want it to move. I want it to rise a certain way. I want it to have viscosity. And they went through 6,500 liters. That's 1,700 gallons of fake blood.
Buckets.
So
of
it
blood.
could be the bloodiest, certainly Evil Dead movie, but
better be.
But one of the bloodiest films of all time. So there you go.
I do have one crash to tell you about. It's up to Ogden, a crash eastbound Harrison Boulevard, 36th Street. That's the only accident UDOT's reporting. Perhaps you have something that you're seeing out there on the roads you think other friends of the program need to know about. You can text us 33986. Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, we will take a break, and we will be back. Boner of the day is on the way. KXRK Provo, the Generation X96 Weekend. X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Yeah.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not
here to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah. Well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End. And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them. Yeah.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. Is that's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with? What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
upon
of upon
us.
us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down
I think
there,
you have
I
to
would
go
think.
there.
And see,
Or you might be able to online because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah,
This sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damnedest thing.
All right. I have boner of the day coming up.
I have sort of a list here.
Sort of a list?
Yeah, it's kind of a list.
So should I just play part of the jingle?
Maybe just the first part. Yeah.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
Yeah, there you go. It's a bunch of funny tweets. It says here funny, and some of them are quite amusing. That sum up you in your 20s and then you in your 30s.
Okay.
So you in your 20s versus you in your 30s. Like somebody tweets, general pain in my 20s. Oh, this is annoying. General pain in my 30s. So I guess this is how it all ends. I've had a good run.
Yeah.
Packing in my 20s. Toothbrush and a bikini. Packing in my 30s. Those things, plus a swimsuit cover-up, 3 face creams, hair products to cover up postpartum hair loss, Spanx, sensible shoes, and denture cream.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
In your 30s?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Think of it this way. In your 20s and older, okay? Concerts in my 20s. Hell yeah, this rocks. I love staying up till 4 a.m. Concerts in my 30s. 7 p.m. is too late to start things. I have to work in 12 hours.
I love Jamie Lee Curtis.
I was going to bring that up, yeah.
What did she say?
She said, I want matinee
that's
concerts.
right. Yeah.
Which is a great idea.
I agree. I
Yep.
want to go see my favorite band at 1 o'clock in the
afternoon,
I don't want to.
This one, in my mid-20s and single, this hotel has the best bar. Mid-30s with 2 kids. This hotel has the best pillows.
Oh, see, I don't have that problem. I can still say this is the best bar. Yeah.
Let's see. It says, it's weird to go from watching friends freak out about pregnancy scares in their 20s to them posting creative pregnancy announcements in their 30s.
Yeah.
That's it. This one, me in my teens. This radio station is playing my jams. Me in my 20s. This bar is playing my jams. Me in my 30s. This grocery store is playing my jams.
That's true.
Yep.
That was the weirdest thing. The first time I heard Elvis Costello being played at the grocery store, I went, what the hell?
In my 20s, listening to heavy metal. In my 30s, listening to lullaby versions of heavy metal songs to get my baby to sleep. Me in my 20s. I'm never going to turn into my dad. Me in my 30s. Who left all the lights on? Do you think I made of money? That happens.
Yep.
Let's see. This one, I'm trying to sort of curate these. Drinking in my 20s made me feel sexy and fun, but drinking in my 30s just makes me feel fat and tired, and no one told me life was going to be this way.
Here's what I'm getting from this list.
Yeah.
I have always been 30 or older.
I think so. I was thinking that myself.
Always.
Yeah. Let's see.
Don't identify with any of this.
In my 20s, sad a boy I loved caused me heartache. In my 30s, sad a food I loved caused me heartburn. In my 20s, what is rage cleaning? In my 30s, where's my good sponge? Where's my good sponge? Where's my good sponge? Rage cleaning.
Yeah.
You know, I was telling my wife yesterday, when I get home from work, from here, and I've usually been here until noon or 1, and I'm pretty tired when I get home, you know, because I've been up since 3.
Sure.
And I change my clothes into something, you know, I take off my pants, and then I clean up the kitchen, and I wipe things down, and I was thinking, I love doing that. I put in a little earbud and listen to a podcast, and I clean. And why do I love doing this so much? It's because I'm doing something tangible.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm here, I'm working, but I got nothing to show for it.
Do you have a good sponge? Do you have a favorite sponge?
I do. I do.
Do you get mad when you can't find
Yeah,
it?
and I get mad when I can't find the spray cleaner for the stove. That's just terrible. Me in my 20s, eye of the tiger. Me in my 30s, I walk into walls. Let's see. Me in my 20s, I want to be a successful lawyer with my own firm. Me in my 30s, I want whatever this is, and it's a guy sitting on a porch drinking a beer and feeding a beer to a raccoon that's in his lap.
Oh.
Carrie, that's your life.
There we go.
Feeding a raccoon sitting in his lap. Covered in glitter in my 20s, crazy night at the club. In my 30s, covered in glitter, craft night with the kids. Let's see. Me in my 20s, here, drink this, and that guy is cute. You should F him. Me in my 30s, we need another cake for the bake sale. Can you help? You have always been in your 30s.
Again, I've never been younger.
You've always been old. Let's see. Showing off in my 20s. Hey, guys, watch me cliff jump.
Yeah, no.
Showing off in my late 30s. Hey, guys, watch me eat tomato-based food at 9 in the evening.
Tomato-based
Some people very bad heart.
You see, tomatoes have the highest amount of citric acid.
They're very acidic.
Very
yes.
acidic.
Let's see. There's just tons of these.
That's why you don't want to eat it late at night.
I see.
Me in my 20s. In your 20s. Oh, I think I kind of overdid the shots. I'm going to be a wreck in the morning. In your 30s. I think I kind of overdid the cheese. I'm going to have to cancel my plans for the next 48 hours.
You see, Gina,
the
cheese
heavy. It's
sometimes it'll block you up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about it.
See, I'm like 50-50 on that list.
Yeah, I'm a couple of those.
Because
sometimes you live like you're in your 20s.
Well, I mean, because I don't have any kids.
Yeah.
All the kid thing. I don't have those problems. But I will say this though, that we're planning our vacation coming up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the resort that we're staying at, we're trying to book activities,
Yes.
things to do.
Yes.
What part of the world is this in?
Hawaii.
Okay.
And so we're looking at all the different things, and since it's going with my nieces, it's
Yes.
things that they can do
Yes.
and all this. And my first thing was, how many cabanas do they have?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much are they?
Book that right away.
Can I book that now? Oh, that's a lot of money. You
cabana
know what,
is
though?
more-
It's worth it.
The cabana there is like having a whole other hotel.
It's more than the
room.
room, isn't it?
No.
It's got a TV in it. It's got they
They'll
bring
bring
you
you drinks.
They bring you drinks and fruit, and
Food, yeah.
it's like 7 people can fit into it.
But what I told Carrie
Hey,
when
we're coming with you then.
what I told Carrie to make him feel better about this, he and Sue have not taken a vacation in years.
3 years. Yeah.
So take the money you would have spent, taking it one nice vacation a year, and you're doing it all now.
Yeah, you
So-
haven't taken a vacation because of COVID? Is that the only reason?
COVID and other circumstances, but mostly COVID. This will be the first time I'm getting on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to do it probably.
And when they said there's this class on the plane where it's like you have walls around you, and it's your own, I went, oh,
Yes.
all the money, throw
Yes.
it here, go.
Business class?
Oh, it's beyond that. It's like
But again, you haven't
ridiculous.
traveled for a long
I-
time, so it's okay.
I'm thinking of going to Texas for.
Texas?
Why would you?
Well,
What's in Texas?
because, and now somebody's going to help me out with this. I just started doing a little research about it. There are beautiful beaches in Texas.
Oh, I'm
and
sure there
resorts
are, but you're
along the Gulf Coast.
But
you're
it's
in
Texas.
You're in Texas.
Yeah, but I think if you're in an Airbnb on a beautiful beach, you don't have to think that you're in Texas.
Well, you go to the Airbnb and you want to start a fire. There's some books there that I'm sure that they'll supply for you that you can just throw them right
We
on.
hope you'd enjoyed another list.
There you go.
All right.
Traffic.
Sorry.
I'll make this quick, Bill, because there's nothing going on except
right.
for this crash eastbound Harrison Boulevard, 36th Street. up in Ogden. Everything else is moving well. You can text us if something is not moving well, 33986.
Here are the boner candidates you will be considering in the next few minutes here. Number 1, I didn't drink the whiskey because I'm pregnant. Number 2, well, that sucks. And number 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they made them pay for parking, too.
Boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. Oh, slfs.org or saltlakefilmsociety.org.
Oh, let me see what they
Indeed. Salt Lake Film Society is, throughout the month of March.
Yeah.
Killer Cars and Joyrides.
Ooh.
All great movies that you should see on the big screen. Bullet, Two-Lane Blacktop, Grand Prix.
60s and 70s classic car films.
Yeah, if you like your Fast and Furious, this is where they all started, that kind of thing.
Especially Bullet.
Yeah.
And support nonprofit, the Salt Lake Film Society, locally nonprofit organization. We're very lucky to have it in the community. Become a Red Carpet Club subscriber, and your donation supports very nice programs, enriching programs, plus you get special events and concessions perks. So go to the Broadway Center Cinemas to see the movies and the great snacks they have. And for ticket times and how to join the Red Carpet Club, you go to slfs.org. That's slfs.org, Salt Lake Film Society.
Visit x96.com to win an app.
I'm venturing into foreign territory Saturday, tomorrow. Yes, Mrs. Bill, my wife, and I are going to Utah County.
What? Are you sure this is a good idea?
Well,
is this trip really necessary?
It's for a wedding reception in Alpine, which I think I've been to Alpine. I think that's where I went to a funeral there a while ago.
So you go to major life events in Alpine.
Yeah,
that's northern Utah County.
Yeah. So we were thinking that maybe we should do something in Utah County after the wedding reception.
Because you don't find yourself down there very often.
But I have no idea what to do.
Well, they have a lot of chain restaurants in Alpine area.
I'd even be willing to go to Provo.
Well,
I don't know. But maybe not just restaurants. Maybe there are some sites that I should take in.
Family fun, Utah fun.
Take a little drive and look at stuff. But I don't know where to drive and look at stuff.
This is Salt Lake City.
After Provo, why not? This was going to be Ogden, Utah.
Exactly.
Now I've looked up notable people from Alpine.
Notable people.
And I'm a little concerned, Bill.
Why is that?
Well, some of the names on here are okay. Bronco Mendenhall.
The football
former
coach.
football
All right.
coach. That's all right. But Jason Chaffetz apparently lives in Alpine.
Oh, I don't need to. I don't need to go see Jason. Are you suggesting that I go knock on his door
I'm
and
just
ask for a
saying
chat?
you could run into.
I'm saying you could toilet paper his house.
If I run into Jason Chaffetz, I will say to him the same thing I said to him when I met him in our studio. You scare me.
You could also run into Mike Lee when he's here. I guess he's in
That's where
Alpine.
he lives?
Mm-hmm.
If I ran into Mike Lee, I would. This is what I would do. Oh, hi, Senator Lee. Gahilk. That's all.
Let's see. Alpine is right near the mouth of American Fort Canyon. You could drive the Alpine Loop.
I've heard of the Alpine Loop.
Pretty.
Is it?
That's what they say here. Yeah.
And then someplace to eat. Maybe drive the Alpine Loop and go. I don't know. Either
there's
hamburger places that aren't chains.
There's a wing shack. Somebody says.
Well, oh, you know what?
Thanksgiving Point.
The Purple Turtle.
In American Fork.
Is it American Fork?
Yeah.
That's maybe that.
And it's not too much south of that. So
no, we've been to the Purple Turtle.
Yeah, we did our show.
Did we do a show there?
Yeah, we did.
And what was interesting about that is they're famous for their fish sandwiches.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. and that we went back into the kitchen, and by God, they had a whole
fish,
giant codfish back there that they were cutting up.
Cutting it up right off the fish. Somebody is suggesting Strap Tank Brewery.
Strap Tank Brewery.
Let's see. Go to Block Restaurant in Provo, Brady says.
Block Restaurant. I'm really serious. I'm taking these under consideration.
Strap Tank is near the Cabela's, so that's right there.
Well, you got some shopping to do there, don't you?
Yeah, Cabela. Yeah.
Go to Cabela's and get you.
I got to get some ammo.
Got to get me a new scope.
Stock up.
I'm going to get me a grill.
Got to get me a silencer.
The Block Restaurant. Huh. Anything else? I mean, Alpine Loop.
Yeah.
You know.
Purple Turtles in Pleasant Grove.
Right. PG.
Yeah. But that's not too. Strap Tank Brewery, people are saying is worth it in Lehigh.
Never heard of it.
Lehigh, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'd be on your way back, so.
But the Alpine Loop, because I have always heard about the Alpine Loop and have no idea what it is. I guess it just goes up around through the mountains.
Just a road, and it just goes up the canyon.
And does it loop around?
Honestly,
it's a loop.
I've been up Alpine or that canyon,
American Fork Canyon.
American Fork Canyon, but I don't recall it. The name Alpine Loop.
I've heard about it. I'll look it up and find out. But I'm really, and so, I mean, if you think of anything, you can email me, bill@x96.com. Something I should do in Utah County.
Solagave Mexican Restaurant.
Sol, S-O-L?
Mm-hmm. Bill, if you want to meet me for a game of disc golf, there are a few places we can play.
No, I'll be with my wife.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Well, she might like to play. I'd watch.
People are all raving about the Alpine Loop. But they say to wait for fall.
Well, that's not what the wedding is.
I'm not going to hang around down in Alpine until fall.
Exactly.
That would be ridiculous. I'm going to a wedding. I have to come back sometime Saturday. People suggesting that I hang out down there until fall. God, what's wrong with
all
you people?
The way down there.
You guys are dumb. It's the Alpine
What
Loop.
are you going to wear? Are you worried about what you're going to wear?
Yeah,
I always
it's a
worry
wedding,
about what I'm
yes.
going to wear to a wedding.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have very many nice things.
You're going to have to put your big boy pants on.
Yeah.
You can't wear the comfy pants to a wedding.
The Owl Bar?
Where's that, I wonder?
I don't know. I remember, though, I went to a wedding in Alpine.
Mm-hmm.
It was Tony's wedding. And we were there for the ceremony, and then the reception was later in a backyard in Alpine. And so we had like an hour or more to kill. And so we're like, where is a bar nearby? And we just, Googled.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the only bar in that area. And it had obviously been there forever.
Was it a Dewdrop Inn?
Do you remember what it is?
I don't remember what it was called, but I remember walking in there with my Asian wife and all of the, I'm assuming, regulars turning and looking like.
Did they stop talking? And
yes.
The Owl Bar is on the Alpine Loop.
Oh, at Sundance.
Is it at? Oh, I've been there then.
And you have.
I have been to the Owl Bar then. Yeah. It says the Alpine Loop, 20-mile drive, stupendous views of Mount Timpanogos and other glacier-carved peaks. There's a place there. You take a short detour to Cascade Springs. The mountain spring is crisscrossed by boardwalk. It's got pools full of fish and aquatic plants. That sounds nice.
Now, don't go past Provo, because that's my part of Utah County, where I grew up. And
so
that's,
you don't want me in there?
No, I don't think you should go there. Because
he's warning you.
I'm warning you.
They are totally stagnant. There is no evidence of any progress as far back as my tricorder can register. For tens of thousands of years, there has been absolutely no advancement, no significant change in their physical environment. This is a laboratory specimen of an arrested culture.
Yes.
Gotcha.
South of Provo.
Gotcha.
You don't want to.
Okay.
Don't want to hit my part of town. Please.
Well, all of those things were very helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
But you knew that. 7:24 right now. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day. For today, March 16, 2023. We'll give you two candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all three, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive...
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Number one, I didn't drink the whiskey because I'm pregnant. A pregnant woman, this, by the way, is Dateline, Nephi, Utah. A pregnant woman was arrested Tuesday after swerving at a Utah Highway Patrol trooper after he attempted to stop her vehicle driving 122 miles an hour.
Cow.
Just before 11 a.m., Emily Marie Shantz was spotted driving 95 miles an hour just south of Nephi on I-15 when a trooper attempted to stop her. Ms. Shantz accelerated away, reaching speeds of up to 122 miles an hour. Another trooper, stationed a few miles ahead, was set to deploy spikes to deflate her tires, but as she approached the trooper, the 19-year-old woman allegedly swerved at him at high speed while he was standing on the right shoulder. The trooper had to run down a highway embankment to avoid being hit by the car. Ms. Shantz was taken into custody because her car drove over the side and went down the embankment, and she couldn't run it anymore. Inside the vehicle, troopers found marijuana, THC vapes, and an open bottle of whiskey. Ms. Shantz, who did not have a driver's license, told troopers that she was 2 weeks pregnant and had smoked some marijuana earlier that morning, but because she's pregnant, she didn't drink the whiskey.
You can smoke marijuana when you're pregnant, but not...
Daddy, something like that had never happened in Mona.
and you can drive 122 miles an hour, apparently. Boner candidate number one, I didn't drink the whiskey because I'm pregnant. Boner candidate number two, well, that sucks. Netflix has released a trailer and poster for their new film. It's called Chupa. And some people are upset about the title of that movie.
Why?
It's a film about a shy 13-year-old named Alex who flies from Kansas City to Mexico to meet his extended family for the first time. He meets his grandfather, and who's a former lucha leader. It's a lovely, story.
It's a little, yeah.
It sounds nice.
Could be a Disney movie.
Yeah. Some people can't believe the title they chose, though. The film's poster got a lot of attention. Imagine the sheer amount of people this title went through, all the way to release this promo movie poster for nobody to tell them that you cannot shorten the word chupacabra with chupa because it literally means to suck in slang. And in the sexual way, it means to suck.
The young boy finds a baby chupacabra under the porch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's somehow connected to the family's history, whatever, but he makes friend with the chupacabra.
This is like a lovely movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't call it chupa, though.
But the director is Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
I think he knew damn well what he was doing.
Maybe. Says, it has a Mexican director, said this woman who tweeted about it, and lead. My apologies. Go right ahead, senores. No one's thinking that other thing. I mean, chupa has other connotations as well, but most people, I think, in Mexico use it
For example, the all-day suckers that you get, chupa chups.
Yeah.
Oh.
To suck.
To suck.
Yeah.
But it's just a nice little candy.
I think the director knew exactly what he was doing. But.
Boner candidate number two. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number three. I wouldn't be surprised if they made them pay for parking, too.
Boner candidate number three coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
The Downtown Winter Market is open Saturdays at the Gateway, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Brian May, the fine guitarist from Queen, has received an honor. He was knighted by King Charles during a ceremony at Buckingham Palace.
I'm surprised that hadn't happened before.
The British government announced Brian May as a recipient at the end of 2022. At that time, he shared his joy in an interview with the BBC. This is kind of a license, a kind of commission to carry on doing what I'm doing, he said. I can arrest people now. No, it doesn't say that. He says, it gives me power in my charity work, so I'm very happy about that. And Netflix has announced a new series coming, Florida Man. We've all seen the headlines, of course, Florida Man. breaking laws in the most creative ways. Well, Florida man arrested for blank, According to Netflix, the show from Jason Bateman's production company, Aggregate Films, aims to dig way deep into the swamp and find out things about Florida man. Why does Florida man commit these weird crimes? And it will follow one particular Florida man who is overcoming gambling addictions. And if it's Jason Bateman behind it, it's probably going to be pretty good. Conservative commentator Bethany Mandel co-authored a whole book on the current woke indoctrination supposedly going on around the country. But when asked to define the term woke, she struggled for half a minute to come up with an answer as to what woke means during an appearance on Rising, a series produced by The Hill. This is going to be one of those moments that goes viral, she predicted accurately. In the end, the author of Stolen Youth, How Radicals Are Erasing Innocence and Indoctrinating a Generation, offered that woke is something that's, it's very hard to define.
No, it's not.
I mean, no, it isn't. It has something to do with the hierarchies of oppression.
No.
I mean, it's hard to explain, she said.
It's not.
That you want.
That's her.
It's the audio.
She wrote a book about woke indoctrination, and she can't define it.
She's horrible. I can't stand her, and she's a regular contributor to the Deseret News.
Yeah. She's also the person who tried to convince us that masks don't last a day because the carbon monoxide burns the inside of them, and she had it on her Twitter feed. It was made up completely.
Many gun advocacy groups in Utah are in support of the recent executive order signed by President Biden, and they encourage further enforcement of already existing laws.
Yeah.
President Biden's new executive order aimed at improving investigation into crimes using firearms, making sure gun dealers are complying with background check laws, enhancing transparency and reporting guns, ammunition stolen during transit. Utah gun violence prevention advocate Nancy Halden and Utah gun rights advocate Clark Aposian both agree on very many aspects of President Biden's executive order. And if you survey people in the state of Utah, most of them are for some of that stuff. So what has Mike Lee said?
Of course.
President Biden has overstepped his authority by signing this gun ordinance. He said it will. He said it'll reduce gun violence, but Senator Lee said it infringes on the Second Amendment.
But your constituents.
Biden's order would direct federal agencies. We already told you that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
In response to a request for comment, Lee said, under the guise of preventing gun violence, President Biden has once again overstepped his executive authority by ignoring Congress. He brazenly sidestepped America's elected legislators. The plan has the potential to overburden private sellers with paperwork and liability issues, which will lead to increased costs of guns and present a barrier to Americans' rights to bear arms.
No, it's a barrier to people who shouldn't have arms.
Exactly.
Right to bear arms.
Mike Lee is a moron.
Guns.
A family of 5 was rescued after being stranded by flooding at Snow Canyon State Park. Yesterday afternoon, officials received a call concerning the family. They were stranded in the park's Johnson Canyon Trail after flooding suddenly arrived, and they had cut them off. They couldn't get back to their car. The family of 5 with a couple of really young kids were at the state park during spring break, and fortunately they were able to get a hold of somebody to come in, but they had to be rescued, taken out of the park. Lawmakers spent $500,000 this year in the Utah State Legislature to kill wolves. The founder and president of Hunter Nation Incorporated will be spending $500,000 of Utah taxpayer money to educate Midwestern hunters on the alleged evils of protecting the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. There are some people that believe if you just do nothing, that wild animals somehow miraculously manage themselves, said, what's his name, Keith Mark, who describes himself as a lifelong Democrat. They kill and they breed, and if we don't manage them, they're going to kill more. Continue to breed, and there'll be no elk, there'll be no moose, there'll be no bighorn sheep.
I think you're being a little extreme there, sir.
He says his group will use Utah's money to rally hunters in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and other Midwestern states where wolves still roam wild to get more politically engaged, especially on the issue of predator management. and kill more wolves. $500,000. The Utah State Legislature gave him $500,000. He doesn't even.
He doesn't sound like a rational, serious human being.
No.
It's going to kill everything. It's going to take it all, Ange. I'm telling you.
A special grand jury that investigated whether Donald Trump and his allies illegally meddled in the 2020 election heard a recording of the former president pushing a top state lawmaker to call a special session to overturn his loss in the state. This is another phone call.
Yeah,
a perfect phone call. Another one.
Apparently, yeah.
The Atlantic Journal-Constitution reported that it spoke to 5 members of the special grand juries who said they heard a recording of a phone call between Trump and Georgia House Speaker David Ralston that had not been previously reported and has not been made public for some reason. Ralston, who died in November, did not call the special session in the weeks after the election. The 5 grand jurors spoke to the newspaper, declined to be named because they were concerned about their safety, but they said he wanted them to convene the
find my
legislature.
vote.
No, just overturn the whole
just
thing.
throw it out.
Overturn the whole thing in Georgia.
And the guy who died said, no, I'm not going to do that, Mr. President. I can't do that. Yeah. And the phone call ended pretty quickly, and Trump went, well, okay.
Donald Trump has claimed that celebrities all over the world have bowed down to him when he was president. He even said, the Queen of England kissed my ass.
Yeah, what a classy...
Yeah. Queen Elizabeth
That's
II.
your guy? That's still your guy?
That's still your guy, yep.
Still your guy?
Yep. And finally this, 911 call was worse than reality. I heard this call. A Pickaway County Sheriff's Office report quotes the Sunday call as requesting help for an Ohio man who had his arm bitten off by a zebra.
Yikes.
Deputies arrived at the Circleville home and encountered what they said was a hostile zebra who charged a patrol vehicle. CNN reports a deputy used sirens and an air horn to get the zebra to retreat, providing time to get a tourniquet on the man's right arm and load him into an ambulance. The Columbus Dispatch identifies the man as Ronald Clifton. The zebra was very aggressive, and you hear him on the phone, a zebra attacked me, and the dispatcher goes, what? Says, a zebra has attacked me, you got to get here. What, sir?
It sounded like a joke.
Yeah. She just couldn't imagine this happening. And I don't know how a zebra bites your arm.
That's the thing. It's not an aggressive animal. What did this guy do to the zebra to piss it off?
It says the report speculates the zebra's aggression may have been a protective stance, as a group of female zebras were present. Under Ohio Department of Agriculture rules, they can be kept as pets. The man is hospitalized, and he will not ultimately lose his arm. So it didn't bite it completely off, apparently, but very serious. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Beautiful weather today. Sunny. No precipitation expected today, tomorrow, Saturday, with several days of this. High of 44 today. Next chance of rain looks like it's going to be Sunday night into Monday. So nice weekend we have for you on tap. And a nice commute for you as well. Everything is nice. There are 0 accidents being reported now. Roads are dry. Bill saw deer in the road earlier this morning.
No, they weren't in the road. They were using the sidewalk.
Oh,
on First South.
Very respectful.
Across the street.
If you see respectful animals or disrespectful animals you want to report, you can report to us.
Is that a zebra?
Keep your arm away from them. 33986. Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Nature wants to kill us is really what it amounts to. Boner candidate number 3. I wouldn't be surprised if they made them pay for parking, too. The New York Yankees, who make almost $500 million a year in revenue, and just gave their captain, Aaron Judge, a $360 million contract, should never be in any stories about penny pinching in the silliest of places. But, according to Sports Illustrated's Stephanie Epstein, the Yankees charged their players to use team Wi-Fi. Yep. The Yankees, historically one of Major League Baseball's wealthiest teams, apparently try to save some money by not paying for free travel internet for their players.
Traveling to games that they're playing for the Yankees.
So the airline, Delta, charges Yankee players each $9 to use the internet on the plane, but the abundantly wealthy organization doesn't cover the cost of maybe one good cup of coffee and a muffin. I know the price adds up to an entire season, and these guys are millionaires.
Yeah.
I mean, they can afford it, but that's not the point.
No.
The Yankees will not pay $9 for them to use the internet. Boner candidate number 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they made them pay for parking, too.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I didn't drink the whiskey because I'm pregnant. A pregnant woman clocked driving 122 miles an hour just south of Nephi. When she was finally apprehended, they found an open bottle of whiskey in the car along with some marijuana. But she said, I smoked the marijuana, but I didn't drink the whiskey because I'm pregnant. Boner candidate number 2, well, that sucks. Netflix naming a movie Chupa, which means to suck in a sexual context. And boner candidate number 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they made them pay for parking, too.
All right, time for you to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, March 16, 2023? 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, March 16, 2023. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. You can click and vote. Easy. You've got only 3.5 minutes to do it. Right after we award Boner of the Day, get ready to call in with whatever you want. It's Hello Yeah What, the radio feature that we invented, where you call in and just talk to us about whatever you want to talk about. So get ready to play coming up. Stand by.
Listen to Radio.
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
It's fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne. Or,
okay, all right. What about List? Is there a German for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside. Yeah.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs. Recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already
had
a couple.
One.
I've been, no, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
She was on the hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when, the COVID scramble, as I call it, everybody was hoarding stuff. Mm-hmm. And but now we realize that the supply chains are fine and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well, Bill got one too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I needed
that.
new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
yeah,
you're not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Right. Let's see. Get ready because our brand new. What am I saying? I've been doing it
Innovative.
forever. Innovative feature. Hello, yeah, what? Will begin
Hello, yeah, what?
just as soon as we do this. Award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Bulgogi.
Yum.
And don't miss Salt Lake's biggest St. Patrick's Day celebration at Gracie's Friday, March 17th. Come enjoy Guinness Stout, green beer, corned beef, cabbage, live music, and Gracie's has plenty of TVs to watch the college basketball tournament powered by Quiet Man Irish Whiskey. You must be at least 21 to enter.
Well, it wasn't much of a contest. I kind of thought so.
Really?
Yeah, it's number 2, the movie title that came in second, but a distant second.
Yep.
And third, with hardly any votes at all,
Yeah.
The Yankees and the internet. But the woman driving 122 miles an hour, marijuana, open bottle of whiskey, pregnant, that was sure to win boner of the day.
Yep. Let's keep at 'em on it, Daddy. That's all I say. That's Boner of the Day for today, March 16, 2023. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll happen on Friday between, about 9:50 is when it'll happen. Dave the Flower Guy comes in and just tells us who Boner of the Week will be tomorrow.
Hello, yeah, what?
It's a feature that we invented. It's talk radio came from this feature.
Yes.
The
All of it.
proliferation, and I'm sorry for that, but it happened.
Yeah.
Because we did.
We're directly responsible, indirectly, for Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, the first ones to ever do this feature, where people can call to the radio and talk to us.
We just give you the phone number directly into the studio, 877-602-9696.
And there's no, it's like we're walking a tightrope. This can be dangerous.
Because you'll hear call-in shows on other radio stations. Those are, or Mike Lee town halls. Those are carefully curated.
Carefully curated.
They know exactly what's going to
happen. A lot
of
times they're actors.
Yes.
So 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. No, not check in.
Yeah, you can check in.
Sure.
You can talk about whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people promote their businesses.
Yeah.
We've had,
questions, comments, criticisms.
Looking for work.
Yeah. You can ask us anything you want, and we'll be happy to answer it.
Yeah.
There's one question I won't answer.
What's that?
Well, I won't tell you. If somebody asks it, then I'll say.
Then you'll say that's the one.
That's the one. If somebody asks it.
Hello, yeah, what?
All right, let's go to our first call. Oh, it's Ranger Kate.
Hello, yeah, what?
Hello, Ranger Kate. How are you?
Hi, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Well, thank you. What have you for us today?
Well, sorry, I couldn't call in yesterday when you were talking about your list of most and least visited national parks.
Mm-hmm.
But I also just wanted to say that over the weekend I finally got down to Arches. I've been to Arches, dozens and dozens, dozens of times in my life.
Of course, you're Ranger Kate, for
I finally
God's
got my
sake.
junior ranger badge there
Oh,
last
good.
weekend because their visitor center was closed for the last couple of years because of COVID and timed entry and all that garbage. So
And beheadings.
I finally have my Arches badge.
That's good.
Yay.
Great news.
Congratulations.
You know, last time I went to Arches and I was looking at all of those formations and I thought, you know what, this is aliens came down millennia ago and this is an art project that they did.
I think that when I go to Goblin Valley.
Yeah, it's some alien art project that they did and then left.
This ain't supposed to be here.
It's just weird. It's so unusual.
I often wonder, growing up in Utah as we all have, I don't necessarily want to say I take it for granted, but I'm so used to our landscape being so funky looking like that when I'm around people that are coming to Utah for the first time and visiting the parks, they're like, oh my, how do you live here? And just not be in awe all the time. I'm like, God, I feel guilty for coming here, 28 times in my life.
Well, and the transplant, or no, the refugees from California. Sorry, that's what Governor Cox calls them, and we welcome them here. You talk to them, and they're blown away by it too.
Ranger Kate, always nice to
we're all
talk to you.
Thank you, guys.
You need to go to one national park. It was the very least visited park. I think we need to show the Dry Tortugas some love. So
yes,
Dry Tortugas.
That is totally on my list.
Okay.
Dry Tortugas has amazing snorkeling, and Fort Jefferson used to be a Confederate prison.
She knows.
Snorkeling, that doesn't sound dry at all.
Unfortunately, it's in Florida, but that's it.
Well.
Anyway.
It's totally on my list.
Thanks,
all right,
Kate.
thanks,
See ya.
Kate.
Bye.
Let's go to Matthew.
Hello, yeah, what?
What's up,
Hi, Matthew?
Matthew, what's up?
Hello, how's it going?
Good.
Hi.
Good. So I am going to talk to you guys about a organization called the SCA. It stands for Society of Creative Anachronism. Is that?
Yes,
have you guys heard of that?
Yes, I have. You guys like to do jousting and medieval sword fighting and stuff like that.
I wouldn't have gotten that from the
Yep,
title.
exactly.
Yeah. No, I used to know some people who were really involved in up in Ogden, the Society for Creative Anachronisms.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep, that's actually where I'm up at right now, and basically anything you can think of that you would do at a Ren Fair and then some. So not just fighting, there's also a bunch of creating, crafting, as far as either making something from armor or even just sewing some clothes.
And as
maybe making
as I recall, you also didn't really mind if there are guys with sword fighting and helmets and chainmail and stuff, and then there are people dressed in Star Trek uniforms and that sort of thing as well. That's okay too, right?
Over the past, I believe, 7 or so years now, it's switched from much more of a fantasy to be a lot more heavy into the medieval. Not strict, but more set in medieval. There's no elves or fantasy sort of thing, though it does still play into that.
Yeah. Listen, Matthew.
Almost LARP kind of aspect.
Okay, Matthew.
Yeah.
Tell people if they want to find out more about it, how can they do that?
You can either go to sca.org to find out all sorts of specifics about it. That's the general one. Or you can check out individually on Facebook. I know 2 of the nearest groups. The one where I'm at in Ogden is called the Barony of Griffin's Lair, or the one down in Salt Lake with you guys is called Lac Salan, Salaan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Hello, yeah, what?
Uh-oh, it's Dawn.
Dawn?
Oh, it's Dawn.
Hello.
Dawn, who's that yelling in the background?
Yeah, who's yelling at you?
It's one of my coworkers. I just got busted for being on the phone.
Oh, Dawn.
Maybe you better
we
hang
better
up.
let you go then.
Dawn, you better.
But no, I just wanted to say, no, let me tell you, because last time I called in, the reason why I talk slow is because when I get public speaking, I kind of get stutters,
That's okay.
And so it's hard. So the person that commented on the text needs to know that that's just how I am.
Yeah.
I love Radio from Hell. I love Carrie, Bill, and Gina. I love all your interns and Katie. What a wonderful person. And so yeah, that's what it is.
All right. Okay,
So
Don.
you asked me what kind of music I play. I actually have a band that's called the Downward Vortex. If I could get some people to join in, that's my Christian band.
Okay.
Okay.
And then so Lavender Rock Pile is my new band name for my alternative rock.
All right, Don. Get
Thanks,
back to work,
Don.
Don.
Take
To
care.
work, Don.
Get
We're
back
worried
to
All
about-
right,
I don't
thanks.
want you to
Bye.
lose your job. Go ahead.
Get back.
Let's go to Corey.
Hello, yeah, what?
Corey from the chat room. Hi.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Hi.
But literally, Gina,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine. Are you worried?
It's been a while. It's been a while since I asked, so
That's
Just
nice
finding
of
out.
just wondering.
Why don't you ask again, Corey? See if the answer's the same.
Gina,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm fine, Corey. It means a lot to me that you would really genuinely ask that question. Oftentimes when people ask that question, they don't really want to know
They really
the
don't want to
answer.
know.
Why don't you ask me, Corey?
I'll get to you, Bill. Carrie,
Wow. Okay.
how are you?
I'm okay. Thanks, Corey. How are you?
Just okay?
Yeah, just okay. My house is all
Oh,
tore up
okay.
right now,
Oh, well, I'm
so
sorry. to
I
hear
can't.
that.
I can't
It'll
go
get
home
better.
and relax. You know.
Is it my turn, Corey?
Almost. My door's always open, Carrie.
All right. Well, thank you, Corey. I appreciate that.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
How are you?
None of your damn business, Corey.
Is that the question you don't want people to ask, Bill?
That's the one.
No, that's not it.
Okay, well, I have a follow-up question, Bill.
Okay.
Did you try my peanut butter M&M eating technique?
I didn't, and I don't quite remember what it was.
What was it?
You put one in each cheek.
Oh, yeah.
Then you eat one, and you reload that side,
Back
and you
and
eat
forth.
the other side.
Just
Okay,
keep
yeah.
going.
And you reload that side.
I'll buy a bag today and try it, Corey.
Yes.
We might have some out here in the cantina. We'll look.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Although,
Hey, love you guys.
although Corey, you know what I heard is that M&Ms they've gone woke,
That's right.
and now they're printing W's on the M&Ms instead of M's.
Stop.
And they
Don't do
and
that.
they taste even. They taste even better.
They taste even better. Yeah.
Hello, yeah, what?
I eat only woke food.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, Corey. See ya.
So yeah, the M&Ms that's W's. They're really W's.
They're not M's, they're W's.
Sorry, just trying to whip them up. You know, let them focus on that for a while.
Please.
877-602-9696. It's hello, yeah, what? We can do some more of it if you call. And you can hang on, Asher.
Yeah.
And I know,
Hello, yeah, what?
I know you're not hung up in traffic because UDOT's not reporting any accidents. This is a nice change from what we've had lately. If you see something, you can say something and text us 33986, and we'll pass it along to friends of the program. X96 welcomes the Lumineers to USANA Amphitheater on September 3rd with special guest James Bay. You can win tickets by listening to us. We'll give some away a little bit later today, or go to x96.com.
All right, KXRK Provo will be back with more
Hello, yeah, what?
after the generation.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. dang old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife Carol makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-A-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-A-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-A-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-A-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's 'cause the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Perfect.
6.
Hello, yeah, what?
Those are W's on these M&Ms. I got the peanut
told
butter, peanut butter M&Ms.
Those woke candy.
They're peanut
woke.
butter. They're woke and wokes. They're
Yeah.
not M&Ms. They're woke and wokes. They're
W's and W's.
W's and W's. And Corey, your method is not good.
It doesn't. You don't like it?
No, I don't. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call for hello, yeah, what? And you can ask us any question. There's only one question I won't answer, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'll just let you know if you ask it.
All right, let's go to Asher.
Hello, yeah, what?
Hi.
Hi. How are you,
How's it
Asher?
going?
Good. Haven't heard from you
Good.
for a while.
How are you?
We're good.
Nothing really. Just staying in school, doing rowing, things like that.
Rowing?
Rowing?
Yeah.
Where do you do your rowing?
Yeah. I do it right now. We're at the Great Salt Lake, and I do it with Utah Crew.
And there's enough water out there to do the rowing?
There's just enough water.
Yeah.
Just enough.
Oh, wow.
Really?
How many people on the crew, Asher?
Oh, there's a lot. There's like 4 times 4 plus 8. There's a lot.
There's a lot.
I mean, in one boat.
Oh, it just depends on the boat. There's a quad. There's a 4, which those both have 4 in it.
Which one do you like
There's
the
an
best?
8.
What do you like the best?
I don't really have a preference. I really do like doubles because they're easy to bow.
They're
So-
easy to bow, yeah. And what do you,
Yeah.
Asher, one other quick question about rowing. What do they call the person who keeps, the time, that stroke? What do they call that guy or woman?
Coxswain.
The
I'm
coxswain.
pretty sure that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, the coxswain, yeah.
Who tells us where to go, yeah.
Yeah, it's spelled like coxswain, but it's coxswain, right?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else, Asher? Oh, it says here you have a question. What's your question?
Yeah, I do have a question. I have to tell my friend a joke, or I need a joke. So,
Okay.
do you have one?
Yeah, here's my
Just
favorite.
any joke?
Here's my favorite joke of all time. You ready? Are you
Okay.
ready? Did you hear about the old man who fell into a lens grinding machine? He made a spectacle of himself.
Okay, he's
He
laughing.
got it.
That
okay.
was really funny.
Okay, good.
Take that.
See you, Asher. Bye.
Tell that one to the coxswain. Let's
Please,
see.
Carrie. Coxswain.
Hallie. Is it Hallie or Haley?
Haley? Hallie?
Hello,
It's
yeah,
Haley.
what?
Hi,
Haley.
Haley.
All right. Haley.
What's up, Haley?
It's Haley. Hello.
Hello.
So I want to shamelessly plug my son's band.
Are they?
Mom, you're
are-
embarrassing me.
Are they any good?
I know. They're very good. Actually, you know what's funny is I sent in a question of the week that Gina read about my son that I said my son is actually good.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to know how to get him, out there.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys just said just keep plugging along. And so they have. And now they've been playing at shows. They played at Kilby Court last week.
Oh,
they
good.
play at Y Sound this week in Logan.
Who are they?
And I'm sorry?
What's
their
the band
name?
name?
Oh, they are If and When.
If and When.
And If and When. They have 2 songs recorded on Apple Music and Spotify.
Okay.
One is called The 11th Hour, and one is called The Heist Song.
Is this them, Carrie?
And,
Carrie's playing it right now.
Yeah.
oh, sweet.
Mom, you're embarrassing me.
How many people in the band?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just the
So
two of them, right?
There's 4.
Oh, there's 4.
No,
So
this
my
is a
son
different.
plays the bass.
Oh no, there
Oh,
might
must
be
a
another.
different one.
There might be another
There
if
might
and
be
when.
another.
They might need to change their name, Mom.
Well, they had a problem with Spotify. It put their song on the wrong thing. So
Well,
they fixed it.
I was able to look them up right away, and the 2 songs that you mentioned are right there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's 4. There's Hunter is my son. He's the bass player, and then Jack is the singer and guitarist. Luke is a guitarist, and then Corden is actually my nephew. He plays the drums.
Oh, okay.
It's
But
kind of.
they've been together, they've known each other since junior high, except for obviously my nephew, and they have been playing for seriously for about a year now.
It's kind of mellow
and
stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. It's funny. They're like old souls. They play things that kind of sound a lot like Pink Floyd
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah.
like the bluesy type
Okay,
stuff.
now, okay, be quiet for a
And they're
second.
not old
Haley,
enough to-
Haley.
Okay, go ahead.
Haley, be quiet for a second. We're going to
Go,
listen to it.
Okay, go.
We're listening.
They got some talent.
They do. Sound great.
Nice.
And that's a good place for him to be at
The
Kilby
Heights
Court
song is one of my favorites.
because a lot of big bands have broken at Kilby. So
yeah, and of course they're playing the White Owl up in Logan. A lot of big bands have broken there too. Not really.
At the White Sound.
All right.
They
Haley?
they also are on Instagram at If and Win Band.
Okay, Haley, that's enough.
She's an excited mom.
I can
Don't be mean to her.
I'm not being mean.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not being mean. I'm just saying that's enough. We have another call. Thanks, Haley. See ya.
Okay. Thanks for talking.
All right. 877-602-9696.
Haley to just dominate the entire rest of this feature?
Let's go to Rhett. Hello, Rhett.
Hello, yeah, what?
What's up?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to ask specifically Carrie, but you guys can chime in as well. Do you ever make it to Disneyland to ride Rise of the Resistance? I sent an email into
I still have not.
A couple of years ago.
I still have not made it yet.
Unfortunately.
I'm hoping to go sometime this fall.
We were just talking about how Carrie hasn't been anywhere for a few years. He's just starting to branch back out into traveling again. So.
Well, it also helps that I found somebody who's willing to stay at my house for days and days.
With your dogs?
And not leave with the dogs. I found someone who's kind of an introvert that way. And I said, yay!
If you'd asked me, I would have done it. It'd be a good way to get
I want to
away
hear
from my
about it
family.
if and when you guys get there.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
You will.
Sorry.
Thanks, Rap.
I'll let you know. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right.
Hello, yeah, what?
Let's go to... I can't see.
I don't know. Who is this? Hello?
Nope.
Nope. Gone.
Oh, there we go. Anyway.
Hello, yeah, what?
Let's see. We had a text question. Oh, here's a... Let's see. What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor?
I don't know.
Where's my tractor?
That's not a joke.
No, I don't think they understand.
Don't read the next one.
I won't.
It's a way homer, that one.
Yeah.
Mom for the win for the plugs. Awesome. Got her boy on the radio for a second.
Yeah.
Props to you. Good band, too. Yeah.
There's Micah on the line one. Micah, hi.
Hello, yeah, what?
How are you?
Hey, good morning, lords and ladies. I'm amazing. How about yourself?
Just the same. Thank you. What's up?
I wanted to say how excited I was that Bluffdale finally got their act together and gave the liquor license to About Time.
Oh, okay.
It's about a half mile from my house,
Uh-oh.
and it's nice to have a local watering
Yeah,
hole.
you're in trouble now, Micah.
It's about time they got their liquor license.
Yep.
Yeah, I can ride a bike there, walk home, be safe.
Well, now that's
still
my
have a good
question.
time.
Can they get you for DUI on a bicycle?
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Uh-oh. There you go, Micah.
Yes, they can.
He said he'd walk it home, though.
I guess the rollerblades are going to come back out.
Can they get you for that?
All right, Micah. Thanks.
Hello, yeah,
Thanks
what?
for telling us about it. See you later.
Thanks, Micah. And finally, Austin.
Austin?
Hello, yeah, what?
What is up, Austin?
Hey, this is Austin.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, I've been listening to everyone say the new jazz player's name.
What?
And I wanted to help everyone know how to say it correctly.
Which new jazz player?
His name is Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen. Yeah,
perfect.
He is Lauri Markkanen. I've watched him just on video, on YouTube and stuff, play a little
amazing.
bit. He's an amazing when he's in the groove. He's amazing.
Yep, he is. He's
Thanks
awesome.
for the tip.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Lauri Markkanen. See you later.
I can't do that.
Hello, yeah, what?
Traffic, please.
Crash northbound I-215 west at milepost 19. That's 25th south in Salt Lake. That is the only accident. We have much better driving conditions today than we've had in a long time, actually. Dry roads and people are behaving themselves. If you see somebody not behaving themselves, you can text us 33986.
Now, if you're calling in for Hello, Yeah, What, stay there and play Beat Gina.
Yeah.
877-602-9696. It's Gore Verbinski's birthday today.
Really? That's what we're doing today?
So it's Pirates of the Caribbean trivia because he directed them. So 877-602-9696. What could you win?
We have tickets to see Counting Crows with Dashboard Confessional Friday, September 22nd at USANA Amphitheater.
There you go. 877-602-9696 if you'd like to play Beat Gina and win those prizes. RanLife.com/X96.
First-time home buyers. Ran Life offers down payment assistance for all Utahns. Actually, you don't have to be just a first-time home buyer either. Anybody can do this. It includes some 100% financing options. RanLife.com/X96. They have a loan program for probably just about everyone. If you're looking to buy a new home while selling your current home, Ran Life offers bridge loans that allow you to purchase a new home before your current home sells. And, I mean, you can find all of their programs just by visiting that website, ranlife.com/X96. Go there today. You'll learn about all the programs that they offer, and you can speak to an expert about whatever your particular situation is. This is really a great time to buy a house. Sellers are becoming much more flexible than they have been, so go to ranlife.com/X96.
My mushroom guy's called Gary.
Oh, it's Jimmy, and he has a sponsor.
A sponsor?
Yeah, we have a Wild Turkey Rye and Wild Turkey Bourbon.
Thanks.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Yes. Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, the sole proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com for all kinds of wonderful information about hospitality and drinking and how to become a sommelier and all of that stuff. Jimmy, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving week.
Where do we start here?
My gosh.
This is cool.
Yeah, so we have Wild Turkey that we're celebrating. Whiskey. What better whiskey to celebrate?
Oh, good. It's the 101.
Yes.
Hunter Thompson's favorite.
That's it. So Wild Turkey has quite a history. They first stepped in Kentucky, started making whiskey in 1855, and they hit the ground running at the World Fair that was held in Chicago, and featuring Kentucky bourbon. And it was so they had this scene. They were on the scene of making fine whiskey, but it wasn't until the 1950s when Jimmy Russell, the master distiller, and he was only third generation at that distillery. So the legacy here with this from the very beginning, from the mid-1800s to today, this is the tradition and legacy.
They have a Russell's Reserve they put out, right?
So good. Yeah, him and his son, Jimmy and Eddie Russell, and they're the only father-son master distiller team on the planet.
Oh, wow.
So this is their 101 and 101 proof. That's what the 101 means. And so that's 50.5% alcohol by volume.
Powerful stuff.
That's
Powerful
why Bill's
stuff.
interested in it.
I don't mess with anything under 100 proof.
Bill doesn't have time for anything less.
Tell you, Wild Turkey's back. It really is. Fine product. The mash bills, like the ingredient list, a lot of people always wonder that. With the bourbon, high degree of corn. Now, in order for it to be a bourbon, you got to be 51% or more corn, aged in brand new American oak barrels. The bourbon, 5 to 7 year age in barrel, 75% corn, and then rye and a little bit malted barley. The rye, on the other hand, is in the 50% rye and then a lot of corn, so that really balances it out. And nice. I've made a beverage for us and then did the rye neat, and I like this rye because it's spicy, but it's not too spicy. So I kind of like that. A lot of ryes can be
a lot of ryes are too much,
overwhelming.
Yeah. It's almost like an IPA beer where it can be a little too hoppy. But some people like that, and I I like them both. But so I made so the rye is in the glass. I like this. It's smooth. I mean, it's only 7-something in the morning, and this is nice.
It is good. It is good. It doesn't bite you.
So it's a morning drink.
Here's your morning rye. And then I made one of my favorite coffee. It's basically off of an Irish coffee, but we're using Wild Turkey bourbon. So what you do with this coffee now, we did some mason jar coffees here. I don't know to show on the camera if you guys have it.
X96.com/live.
Yeah, so what we have is I start with some, so what this is coffee, simple syrup, your whiskey, bourbon, Wild Turkey in this case, and then a little bit of heavy cream shook in a mason jar to get that nice, cool frothiness on top. And Carrie, yours looks really good
Yeah.
right there.
See
And
that?
everybody's
That's
done it.
pretty.
So what you do is this layering technique. So I always like to work with the cold product first. So you put in the bourbon, you put in the simple syrup, and then you float it with coffee all the way up, just about the shoulder. And then with your heavy cream, you need to shake it. You need to shake it, right? I'm trying to get on the camera there. Here you go. And you
Be
need
careful,
to
it'll
shake
turn
that.
into whipped cream.
That's right. And then what you do, rather than just dropping it in and getting it all mixed, you just float it on top.
There you go.
And it
So
kind
now-
of, I've drunk about a quarter of this, and it's still floating on top.
It's nice because you get that chill of the cream, heat of the coffee, and sting of the whiskey, right? And then that little bit of spice at the
Now
end of the
what's
sweet.
Now you made a spicy simple syrup. How'd you do that?
I did. So what I do is one of my favorite holiday simple syrups is a spice simple syrup. You use turbinado sugar, so it's a 1-to-1 simple syrup ratio of sugar to water. So you do a cup of water or a quart of water, quart of the sugar, you dissolve it. Then I fold in a couple sticks of cinnamon, some star anise, and cloves.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not a rapid boil because the sugar's already dissolved. Think about making a tea. So I do it for about 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and I just turn it on. And that's a simmer.
Just a simmer. Yeah.
Just a simmer, and then I turn it down.
And it smells great.
It does smell great. That's right.
This is dangerously good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's that's a 3-count of bourbon this morning.
Now, this is kind of, as you said, a take on Irish coffee. If you pour bourbon into your coffee in the morning, just black coffee, which I've been known to do when I'm on vacation.
I'm on vacation.
I'm on vacation. And I can yell that anytime and then have a drink. Is that called Coffee Royale?
It might be. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good.
I think it's called.
In your head, it's Coffee
No, I think it
Royale.
is Coffee Royale.
Nice.
Just bourbon and coffee.
Yeah, they've got a couple of takes on that. A few places in town do a great this. But what they'll do then, so if you want to get kind of fancy, you can incorporate a flavoring into your whipping cream, like a liqueur. You can do a frangelico. You can do something like that. Fold it in just a little bit. Think of it as an ingredient, not as like more booze, but a flavoring. And when you shake that, and then you get that nice little aromatic as well.
What about using cold Bailey's Irish cream on top of it?
You could. The shaking of that isn't. It doesn't. It would work well, but it's not as thick.
It doesn't froth.
It doesn't froth. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
that's not a bad idea.
I was at the in San Francisco. The last time I was in San Francisco many years ago. And it's called the Buenaventura, I think, the bar.
Buena Vista.
Buena Vista,
Yeah.
where they say Irish coffee was invented.
Yeah.
It wasn't invented in Ireland. It was invented there.
Of course.
And,
Did you go in and get one?
Oh, yeah.
It's a bit of a messy affair.
and
You got to stand back.
Oh, it was amazing. And they made just mugs and mugs of them. And an Irish Toastmaster happened to be there.
Oh.
That was, I don't assume that was his sole job, but he came in and he has a little kit and stuff, and he's a Toastmaster, and he comes in and does toasts. So,
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's a great place to have an Irish coffee right there in the Bay. But this Wild Turkey, it's on sale. The 101 bourbon, $24. And the rye is a little bit bigger. It's 1,000 milliliters, so it's a liter at $34.
What's
and
the proof on that?
101 also.
It is?
Yeah, yeah. So they're both. But, yeah, these are fun for the holiday. Great packaging. You have the embossment of the turkey on it.
Hostess
Hostess
gift if you're going
absolutely.
to Thanksgiving dinner
Absolutely.
somewhere.
And you need a nice, strong spirit to get the argument going,
Yeah.
on
Exactly.
holidays. It's not
I like the idea of a hostess gift, and so if you're a hostess and I come over, I would like you to give me some wild turkey. I've probably bought wild turkey, more bottles of wild turkey than any
And that's
spirit,
saying something.
than any spirit that I've purchased. And
Okay.
I've purchased
That's
a
your
lot of
preferred.
spirits.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been my go-to for years.
This is the only turkey you need for Thanksgiving this year. This is it. The only turkey.
Well, Wild Turkey has maintained its shelf space throughout the 2000s. Growing up in the hospitality industry, rye whiskey wasn't a thing in the 90s and the 2000s, but Wild Turkey was the rye on the shelf, and it is certainly back. It's some tasty stuff. Give it a shot.
Now, so rye was the was the whiskey that early America drank all the time. You know, like with
'Cause
Deadwood.
it was handy.
Yeah, because they had lots of rye grain.
It's a hardy grain.
Yeah, and so like in Deadwood, that's what Al Swearingen was drinking as rye.
And maybe just a quick before we're done with you.
Yes.
Maybe other drinks for Thanksgiving that you can.
Well, we're getting wine questions here. Wine pairing for beef Wellington. Red wine for Thanksgiving. These are two different questions.
Yeah, no, so the classic one, so you need a light-bodied red or a full-bodied white to go with the bird. So Beaujolais Nouveau just was released this past Thursday. Whether it's George Dubois or others, there's some fantastic ones out there. Just look for Beaujolais Nouveau. Beef Wellington, bump it up a little bit. Going to a Cabernet Sauvignon, things of that nature. But it's not just the beef Wellington you got to pair with, right? Because you got the mashed potatoes, you got the green veg, and everything.
He knows his stuff.
So, yeah, you don't want to go too dry or tannic on your reds. You want to make them more of a medium body, lower tannic red.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
This is the man. Telling you right now.
Well, the rye helps.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink.
WineAcademyofUtah.com.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving dinner.
Yes. You and all.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's time for big prizes with no whammies. As one lucky contestant pits their knowledge against the tenuous mind of Gina Barberi and vies for a showroom full of glittering prizes. I'm booth announcer Johnny Ola, and this is Beat Gina. Beat Gina is brought to you today by TWA, Trans World Airlines, flying across the USA and overseas. And when a man is 20,000 feet in the air, what does he like for dinner? Of course, food alone doesn't make the flight, but it's one of the reasons TWA shines in air travelers' eyes. Thoughtfully planned meals, perfectly cooked and graciously served with TWA's compliments, add to the friendly feeling of being at home in the air.
Nice.
Which is the hallmark of TWA travel. Where in the world do you want to go? For information and reservations, see your travel agent or call TWA. Wherever you want to go, you can depend on TWA. And now, you could depend on this man to make you feel at home on the air with his hosting skills. He's the reason Beat Gina shines. Give him a warm welcome. Your host, Kerry Jackson.
Wow, thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome. You look particularly handsome today, Kerry.
Thank you.
He's flirting with you.
What do you need, Johnny?
Nothing. I just admire.
All right, just checking. Let's see. The randomizer has picked a contestant. You will be playing against Micah today. Gina, Micah, are you there?
I am, and so excited.
All right, Micah, we will toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. You call it now, heads or tails.
Tails never fail.
All right, coin toss app says heads, Gina Barberi.
Well, you're one step further away from winning these tickets to see Counting Crows with Dashboard Confessional Friday, September 22nd at USANA Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
All right, Micah, now if you beat Gina, you're going to get those tickets, but if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I am going to donate $100 to the road home, and my company allows matching for up to $100 a year. So we'll get $200 over to the people that need help.
Well, there we go.
What a nice company you work for.
Yeah.
All right. Now, because you said all those things, I'm going to start with a different question now.
Are you going to stack it in his favor? Is that what you're doing, Kerry Jackson?
I'm just going to give you one that's just a little hard.
All right.
All right? Because the rest, let's be honest, these questions are easy. But I'll give you one that's just a little hard.
Okay.
You can handle it, Gina.
You'll be
Thanks,
fine,
Johnny.
Gina. You'll be great. So it's Gore Verbinski's birthday today. He directed Pirates of the Caribbean, so we'll do Pirates of the Caribbean trivia. Question number 1 for Gina. What is Captain Barbossa's pet monkey's name? Captain Barbossa has a pet monkey.
yes.
I met this monkey, by the way.
You did?
Yes. What is the monkey's name?
I seem to recall you took him out to dinner.
Acting.
Oh.
All right. What's the name of the monkey? Is it 1, Jack, 2, Captain Gut, 3, Cornelius, or 4, Baby Barbossa?
I don't know.
Baby
Barbossa?
You'd like to think it was
No.
Baby Barbossa, but
There you
no,
go, Micah.
sorry. Oh, Micah, your question. What was the name of Captain Barbossa's pet monkey?
His full name is Jack the Monkey, but they just called him Jack.
Very good.
There he is.
It's
1
Jack
point.
Sparrow. Why would they do that?
1 point for Micah. That's why.
That's the insult, see.
Yes, that's why, Gina.
They had a long-standing feud.
1 for Micah, and Micah controls the question. Way to go.
Micah, in the first Pirates of the Caribbean, what ship do Will and Jack steal to pursue the Black Pearl? Is it 1, the USS Minnow, 2, the Orca, 3, the Interceptor, or 4, the Dauntless?
I want to say the Dauntless.
The Dauntless, you'd think that it was.
Oh, that would have been my
Terribly
guess,
sorry,
too.
Yes.
The Interceptor.
All right.
Because they were going to intercept.
I guess.
It's 1-1. Gina, you control the question.
Gina?
Yes.
Where does Jack Sparrow's compass point to?
Okay.
Is it 1, special offers and coupons, special offers and promotions at Bed Bath & Beyond?
Yes.
2, trick question, broken compass?
Yes.
3, whatever he desires most?
Yes.
Or 4, a Keith Richards CD, driver's license, whiskey, a pillbox, and 4 lines of cocaine?
I want it to be 4. I think it's 3.
You think it's 3? That is correct.
What's the answer?
Whatever he desires most.
So it's 2-1. Micah, you could tie it here.
Micah? In the original Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack is building a pirate crew. What does he promise to give who does he promise to give his ship to in return for joining his crew? Join my crew, I'll give you this ship. Who was the person that he made this offer to? Was it 1, Seagoing Sam, the bloodthirstiest, shoot 'em firstiest, doggone worstiest buccaneer that's ever sailed the Spanish Main? 2, Anna Maria. 3, Hector Barbossa. Or 4, Amber Heard's lawyer.
Good choices there, but I believe it's Barbossa.
You'd think it was.
Oh, Gina, you can put a cap in Micah right here.
It's Anna Maria.
Anna Maria.
And
correct.
Gina wins the game
Wow.
handily. Sorry, Micah, you lose.
Oh, but the road home wins, though, it sounds
Yes,
like.
that's
I
true.
tried.
And
Yes, they definitely win.
And because you're being so generous, we're going to go ahead and, even though I beat you, give you those tickets to see Counting Crows with Dashboard Confessional Friday, September 22nd at USANA Amphitheater.
Nicely done, Micah.
Hang on the line, Micah. We'll get your info.
Listen, I've got a jet.
All right. Big boy news and innuendo now, brought to you by
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet releases soon at Hastra Games. Check out the pre-release event Saturday, March 18th at 11 a.m. This tournament is a great way to learn about Pokemon deck building. Get an exclusive look at the new cards. Admission is $30 per person. Hastra has it.
Jack Black is reteaming with Bobby and Peter Farrelly to bring some Christmas cheer to audiences around the world. Deadline reports that the trio are reuniting for the first time since 2001's Shallow Hal to make Dear Santa, which will see Jack Black take the lead role of Santa, and Bobby Farrelly particularly will direct. Peter Farrelly will produce.
Is he a rockin' Santa?
I think he's probably going to be an overacting Santa.
Read the plot.
The plot will focus on a young boy who, after a simple spelling mistake, sends his yearly letter to the North Pole somewhere slightly further south, where it arrives with Satan.
Dear Satan?
Dear Satan.
The
It's Dear
project,
Satan instead of Dear Santa.
the project, is that what it?
Yeah.
It does say here, Dear Santa, but now
Yeah,
down
the movie
here-
is called Dear
it's-
Santa.
Oh, right. All right, I got it. The project was recently teased by Black on social media when he posted a photo of himself surrounded by Christmas decorations. Starring alongside Jack Black will be Robert Timothy Smith, Keegan-Michael Key, and Brianne Howry and Hayes MacArthur and a bunch of other people that you don't know. The script will be written by the Farrellys, who can be funny, so we'll look forward to that. Yeah, that's it. Oh, no, I have Quentin Tarantino news.
Yes.
He says this is going to be his final movie.
Well, he said all along he would either stop making movies when he's 60 or after he's made...
Forget the number.
The
10 or 11.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway,
both of those things are happening this year. He turns 60, and it's whatever number of films. So he has to make this his last film.
Well, no, he doesn't.
I mean, if he goes with his promise.
The title has been released. It's called The Movie Critic. According to sources at The Hollywood Reporter, Tarantino is preparing to direct the film this fall. Details about the plot are pretty kept under wraps, but some sources have said it's set in the late 70s with a female lead at its center. And that's...
They're speculating that it's based on Pauline Kael.
Oh, yeah. Who was a great film critic.
Yeah, and Tarantino loved her.
You know, if you can read her film criticism now, and I mean, she's doing critiques of old movies, because she lived
in the 70s.
She did most of her stuff in the 70s. I think.
But she was really influential with the studio heads and would argue with them quite often.
Yeah, she's an excellent writer. Just
Yeah.
find some of Pauline Kael. It's Kael. I've read several of her books years ago. She worked briefly as a consultant for Paramount. So there you go. Former mayor.
I was kind of hoping it would be this critic.
It stinks.
You know, that
that
one cartoon character.
With what's his name did the voice?
With John
Lovitz.
John Lovitz.
That's right. It stinks.
I wanted it to be that. But
former Utah City mayor and one-time bishop of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will likely spend the rest of his life in prison, although it may be short, because he was sentenced for child sexual abuse at a hearing in which his victims wept while dealing the torment they endured. 4 women, now adults, cried as they detailed how painful it was to watch Carl Matthew Johnson, now 78 years old, live a joyful life while they kept abuse that happened when they were little kids secret for decades. He was arrested last year on charges of abuse dating in the 1980s and 90s, some of it while he was mayor of West Bountiful. You don't deserve the freedom you've enjoyed all of your life and to continue living like nothing happened, said one of the people at the trial. She gave the Associated Press permission to identify her, but I don't think that's necessary. She said she's dealt with panic attacks, major anxiety, and depression, and called the abuse a scar that will never go away. So, 78, life in prison.
That won't be very much.
Yeah. So the abortion pill case that they're hearing in Texas, medical groups and the FDA say the abortion drug mifepristone is safe, effective, and any serious side effects are rare. But a lawsuit on behalf of several anti-abortion groups and doctors argues that people have been harmed by the drug. They also say the FDA overstepped its authority when it approved the pill.
No.
The FDA strongly disputes that.
Yep.
The plaintiffs are seeking an injunction to force the FDA to revoke the approval of mifepristone. This marks the first major abortion case before a federal judge since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This judge, they shopped for this judge. He's a judge who they believe to be very sympathetic to their cause. He used to belong to this very group, and he was appointed by Donald Trump. Now, the judge grilled the government lawyers about the FDA process in approving medications. And also the judge said, is there any precedent for this to be done? Legal scholars say there is no precedent for a judge to intervene and overrule scientific decisions.
Nope.
Long-standing scientific decision. This isn't a new
and
drug,
not
they
just,
don't know what it does.
And not just here in America. It was being used for years in Europe before we...
And the judge asked the lawyers for this group, is there a precedent for this? Can you? And they said, we don't think, we don't know of any.
He's still going to rule in their favor.
Of course he is.
So what is, Gina, can you explain what mifepristone does?
Yeah, so a medication abortion there's two drugs to take with it. One is mifepristone and one is misoprostol.
Either or.
No.
You take them the same.
Yes.
The same time. Okay.
Mifepristone, it blocks progesterone. So in order to have a healthy pregnancy, the uterine lining builds up and builds up and builds up to make this a hospitable environment for the egg.
It spruces itself up.
Yeah. When you block the progesterone, that causes that lining to break down. And the misoprostol, the other drug, is the one that causes cramps and helps you expel.
And so the eggs, it's a hostile environment and they won't take. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not an abortion.
It can be. If you have a fertilized egg in there, it will prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to the lining.
Okay. Now, there are other pills that will accomplish the same thing, but they're very painful. They make your stomach muscles bunch up and everything.
That's the misoprostol. So it's two things.
Yeah.
You're making the environment not hospitable to an egg implanting, and then it's the cramp. So the cramping is what expels
So
it.
the pill they want to stop from being sold is the one that makes it less painful. If you're going to do it, we're going to make you suffer, basically.
Right.
This is now what the government lawyers are arguing, and this makes perfect sense to me. If a political party can move a political agenda to take a certain drug off the market because it doesn't suit that agenda, where does it stop? Does it stop with mifepristone? Does it continue on to Plan B birth control prep, to hormones, to COVID vaccines?
They want all of that, yes.
Can we do that in other vaccines? Can they get rid of those through the courts?
This is the camel's nose in the tent.
All right. So there you go.
Sports, weather, traffic.
So you got your March Madness, and we do have local team on the men's side to cheer for today. You've got Utah State playing Missouri. That's at 11:40 today. West Virginia and Maryland, Furman and Virginia, and Howard and Kansas. That's all today. And Aaron Rodgers says, I want to play for the Jets, and I just would like to tell the Jets to remember that he's a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. So enjoy having him on your team.
But he has a smooth bowel movement in the dark. Well, he does. He said so. I don't know if that's in his favor or not, but
weather. So we've got a beautiful run of weather here. Sunny and dry today, 44, 46 tomorrow, 50 by Saturday. Looks like our next chance of rain, possibly snow, will be Sunday night into Monday. So just a gorgeous weekend, and these dry roads have made for a gorgeous commute. It's beautiful. Only have one accident to tell you about. Crash northbound I-215 West at 25th South. It's off to the right shoulder. And nobody sent anything in via text either, so everything is moving well today. If you do see something, you can let us know. 33986 is where you do that.
Thank you. 8:42, and we got Frank Christ Presents coming up just after 9 o'clock. Our Dead Celebrity Game, and you could win a fabulous prize. We'll tell you what it is coming up. Stand by.
Yeah.
Oh, Gina.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
When you mentioned what this list is, I thought, do I know... I can't think of any major celebrity this has happened to.
Sure.
These must be all minor celebrities.
No.
Okay.
Celebrities who have been shot and survived.
Who?
First one is 50 Cent.
Fitty.
Yeah. Shot 9 times.
I guess he is a major celebrity.
9 times outside of his grandmother's house in Queens.
Did his grandmother do it?
I don't think so. Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
That's right.
Radical feminist.
By Valerie Solanas, right?
Yep. Tried to murder the artist in 1968. Bullets hit vital organs. He was hospitalized for 2 months, but
I think they say so he died pretty young, though.
I'm sure that contributed to it.
It kind of contributed to it. And there was just a story recently. He used to send out a double, when he was scheduled to go speak.
Oh, like Melania.
Yeah, he was scheduled to speak at the University of Utah, and gave this, but it wasn't him. It was somebody who looked like him, and they did it because he was paranoid about all that.
Bob Marley. Reggae legend was shot in Kingston, Jamaica in 1976. 2 days later, he performed in a concert with a bullet still in his arm.
No, it must not have been very bad then.
Tupac Shakur. Now, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he was shot and survived and then shot and killed.
Yeah, well,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shot 5 times in 1994.
Right.
Once in the hand, twice in the head, twice in the groin. He survived that.
Jeez.
But then the next time, not so much. Oliver Stone.
I had no idea he'd been, well, any number of people would probably want to shoot him, but...
Well, it was before he was Oliver Stone, when he was serving in Vietnam. He was shot.
Okay.
But he survived.
Yeah, okay.
Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
Rapper shot himself in the chest with a gun he found in his mother's apartment when he was just 12 years old.
Well, shooting yourself, does that count now? Really?
Well, it's being shot and survived. Kelly Preston.
What?
The late actress.
Did John Travolta?
No. She was briefly engaged to Charlie Sheen. It's been speculated that he accidentally shot her in the arm, but Sheen claims that she accidentally shot herself. Larry Flint. 1978, shot by a white supremacist, left him paralyzed from the waist down, but it didn't kill him. Garrett Morris. Garrett Morris!
He was shot? Ant-Man.
Yeah.
During a 1994 robbery, the bullet damaged his intestines, required several operations, but it did not kill him.
Wow.
Megan Thee Stallion, who just hosted
Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night Live. She suffered gunshot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me, she said.
I think they got her right in the twerk.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Hey, go back to Larry Flint for a second.
Uh-huh.
Who? So Woody Harrelson played him in the movie.
Uh-huh.
Who played the person who shot him?
I
don't know.
You want me to look that
Yeah,
up?
but
We'll
it's not
find
that
it.
important. You keep going with the list. I just thought maybe, and maybe it was such a tiny thing that you wouldn't know.
Suge Knight, shot 6 times in a nightclub.
Yeah.
Survived.
Well, a lot of these are no surprise.
Peter Fonda.
Huh.
He accidentally shot himself with his dad's handgun when he was 10 years old.
With Henry Fonda's handgun?
Yes. David Ortiz. Baseball star.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shot at a bar. That happened not that long ago, actually. James Garner.
Was that Big Pappy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, who would shoot James Garner?
Well, it was when he was in the Korean War.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought it was maybe over a card game.
He was awarded 2 Purple Hearts.
Because he was Maverick.
Here's one for you, Bill.
Huh.
Greg LeMond.
Yeah, I do. Hunting accident.
Famous cyclist.
Yeah.
Accidentally shot in the back by his brother during a hunting
yeah.
expedition.
And he recovered and went on to race again.
Jackie Wilson.
Just like Jackie Wilson.
Shot by his jealous girlfriend, Juanita Jones, in 1961. He lost a kidney, but not his life. He survived.
All right. One more.
Curly Howard.
Whoa, what? A stooge?
He was shot by Tupac. It was.
He shot himself in the foot while cleaning his rifle.
I ought to murder you.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky! Gurky! Radio from Hell on X96.
And he's here in person in the studio, the ink-stained wretch, Robert Gerke. Robert Gerke, columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune. Good morning, Mr. Gerke.
Good morning.
I don't know. I want to.
The Utah way?
Well, yeah, the Utah way.
What happened
or
to
the
it?
banks? We could talk about.
I'm glad we've prayed enough so that we got rain.
Yeah.
We just got to watch out that Satan doesn't.
Satan's plan.
Satan's
Remember
plan.
Satan's plan? Yeah.
Satan's plan.
Yeah. I mean, it has been great, and this thing that the church announced the other day about all the water that they're going to be giving to the Great Salt Lake, I think is terrific news, and I'm glad they're stepping up because they have so much that they could be doing.
Yes,
and so now they're doing it, and so it's going to be it's a big boon. The Utah Way thing is sort of in the aftermath of the last legislative session. I was thinking about sort of what is the character of this session, and it struck me that we've got all of these new really conservative representatives who replaced all of these more moderate, people who were retiring. In some instances, three of the Democrats were replaced by very conservative Republicans. One of the Democrats was replaced by the guy who argued for the transgender bill by quoting the Bible that God made man in his own image, and so we shouldn't mess with God's image. And so it's this huge shift to the right, and I think it really changed the complexion of this session.
Well, I think that's the modern Republican Party.
It brought in all of these sort of toxic, caustic, political culture war issues that we've prided ourselves in this state, rightly or wrongly, of doing things the Utah way. And I talked to Governor Herbert about this, and he says the Utah way is kind of a process, it's aspirational, but it's this coming together and recognizing everybody has different viewpoints and finding some middle ground or some solution to actual problems.
There is no middle ground with the cruel Republicans.
There was very little middle ground this session, and I think it's going to continue in that direction because these are the new people. This is the new face of the Republican Party, and now the new face of the Utah legislature. And I think it's really unfortunate that we're letting that go in favor of this sort of, it's a race to the bottom with Oklahoma and Florida and Alabama and all of these other really red conservative states. So, so you see things like diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Those are bad words.
All of the bills that
woke.
All of the things that we think.
Plan.
The state treasurer was at the county convention over the weekend and said that this environmental, social governance scores in banking is part of Satan's plan, and kind of made me think that Satan needs to get better plans. I think he'd be a little more creative than,
I think he would have a better plan.
But you see people like Sean Reyes, he filed a lawsuit against the National Association of Attorneys General, which a group that he was on the board of and on the finance committee of, alleging that they're doing ESG or diversity investment. And Mike Lee out there on the day that SVB collapsed saying, well, maybe they're too woke, maybe that's all that DEI didn't save them. It's like I kind of want to ask Mike Lee, like, how many banks have women and minorities crashed in history? All of the banks that have crashed in history have been run by white middle-aged men that look like me,
and they've never crashed before now. Apparently, is the other thing I'm learning. So.
Right. I mean, so it's just absurd. And then I was glad you guys highlighted that Bethany Mandel. Disaster.
She's awful.
She writes an entire book and can't concise. She thinks she's not going to be asked what woke is.
See, this is the problem: is that when they try to describe woke, they're worried about sounding racist or homophobic because it is,
Yeah.
But if you don't define it, you can apply it to anything you want it to be.
Exactly.
And so,
it's something I don't like.
But you ask them what it actually is, and if it's.
Whenever I hear it, what I hear is an old white guy saying, "In my day," that's what I hear when they say woke.
Yeah. Why can't we go back to focusing on Antifa? That's what I want to do.
Oh yeah, what happened to that?
Been
That's
pretty
all
quiet,
gone.
haven't they?
Antifa's. They haven't reared their heads because there is no such organization.
We're going to be heading into an election. I'm sure we'll hear about them at least, if nothing else. And so it's strange times that we're living in, to say the least.
Kidding.
It's frightening to me.
And Mike Lee also out of touch with his constituents as usual.
Yes.
We were talking today about the most Utahns seem to be, according to polling, in favor of some gun regulation, like Biden's background checks and maybe getting rid of assault rifles, and so Mike Lee reacts to Biden's executive order saying he's overstepped his bounds, and
Well, Mike Lee's constituents are the NRA.
His constituents are in favor of this.
Yeah, this has been the case for years. You look at national polls; over 90% of people support increased heightened background checks, just because common sense is we don't want people who should not have firearms to have firearms. We don't want dangerous people to be able to walk into a store and get a gun. That's what these background checks are supposed to do. And the vast majority of the public nationally and in Utah has supported these for years, over a decade. And Congress can't get it done because they're so beholden to these right-wing interests. They know that if they cross the NRA, they could lose their office. And really, in this state in particular, but in states across the country, the only way you're ever going to lose your office is if you cross your right-wing constituency or your extreme left-wing constituency. But you're not gonna cross those people because they're the people who can run you out, and that's why you see Mike Lee, towing the line for the NRA.
Why do you think Mike Lee is just so all over trying to get this guy, this Air Force guy, out of jail in Japan? Why is he so all over that?
It's interesting to watch his activism on that issue. I think in especially Twitter activism, and he got banned for a period of time, but he got brought right back. It's something that Republicans historically have frowned upon. They usually let the executive branch do that sort of thing, and so he's really kind of gotten out over his skis. Wow. It is a hard story, but he's showing no respect for the legal process and the diplomatic process that's in place.
The simple answer is we have a Democratic president. So that's why this is a problem.
I got a phone call last night, and it was me to join a live town hall with Mike Lee.
Did you do it?
I listened to about 20 minutes of it, and he addressed that, trying to get the guy out of jail, and he said, I've gone to the Biden administration and asked them to do this, and they have ignored me. If they said to release him, it would happen immediately, but they are not taking. So he's blaming the president for that as well,
which is just absurd. I mean, there are channels. This is a process, and Mike Lee's not helping the process.
And here are the people, and then we'll break. Here are the people who were on this town hall. One person called in and said, Senator Lee, I want to thank you for being one of the few senators that represent the people of Utah. There are two! There are two!
He is one of the few that represent.
It's not wrong, Bill.
God. People are so... Anyway, nice to see you. Robert Gerke, read Robert Gerke in the Salt Lake Tribune 1 or 2 or 3 times a week.
Whenever I feel.
Whenever he gets to it.
Yeah.
I'll get around to something.
Coming soon to a paper near you.
All right. See ya.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bob.
The crash westbound on-ramp I-80 at 7th East. And that is it. We've had such a good commute today. Well done, everyone. If you see animals or Antifa running loose on the streets, you can let us know by texting us 33986. Celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pink Floyd's best-selling album, Dark Side of the Moon, at Clark Planetarium, now playing in the Hanson Dome Theater every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
All right. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity Game. You'll be presented 4 celebrity names. One of them is dead. You'll have to guess which one is no longer with us to win
Lumineers tickets.
Lumineers tickets. 877-602-9696. After some messages and a song, we will play New Duello.
Yes, Lolly has gotten her New Duello team together, and she's helping you get a home. Most sellers are offering to pay closing costs, things like that, buy down interest rates, all kinds of things that are available. And the team at New Duello are helping buyers get their down payment with government grant money. These programs are better than ever. You can get up to $26,041 for your down payment or purchase repair costs, and that loan is 100% forgivable. You don't have to be a first-time buyer either on a lot of these programs. And income limits are waived as well. So the team at New Duello, they've been helping people buy homes and get free forgivable grants for over 30 years. Text the word TOUR HOMES, that's TOUR HOMES, TOUR HOMES, to 32323. They'll send you a link that'll tell you all about the current homes that are available, and you can book a 15-minute consultation. TOUR HOMES, 32323. We always say people love lists. We got another list. I have a list here. This may put an end to that. I don't know.
Really?
A list that maybe people will think, no, I just don't want any other list.
What is the list?
It's a list of horrible things that happened to penises in 2022, and these are all descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
See, happens to them makes it sound like it was an accident. These
Well-
are things that were purposefully done, aren't they?
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I think you can make your own determination. Some of them you could say, okay, I could see where that might have happened.
But-
Some of them are a bit far-fetched.
But mostly, I think it's going to be. I don't know. I haven't seen the list. But I think it's going to be. You
you're
really shouldn't put that there.
I mean, everybody knows how much I try to avoid Wang altogether. But since we just did that big political school voucher rant, maybe this is the time to pull out something like this to sort of.
I'm not sure I like the term "pull out" something.
Oh,
like
okay, all right. I was going to say cleanse the palate as
No,
well, but I don't
no,
think that's
no, it's-
probably. Yeah.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, we've given you ample warning.
Plenty.
This is horrible things that have happened to penises in 2022. Descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
All right.
This one, first one, was making coffee when his French press broke and spilled coffee on his penis.
Ooh.
Okay, that sounds like a legitimate accident.
That could have happened.
That's a legitimate accident.
Could have happened.
All right.
This one I don't understand. His hair became wrapped around his penis. Now, I'm not sure what the. I can't
That's
even picture
not-
the situation.
Yeah.
Well, they're not numbered. Just next one. Leaned forward slightly while lying in bed, accidentally discharging his .45 caliber handgun into the base of his penis.
Well, in your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
Tried to ride the dog, causing a penis contusion.
Ride
the dog.
Ride the dog. Okay.
Tried to circumcise himself with a pair of scissors.
That would, yeah.
Now that I believe that probably did happen.
Probably.
That person was being uncommonly honest. What's happened here, sir? Let's see. Quickly ran into the bathroom yesterday morning. Pushed the door open, but there was something there behind the door, and the door did not open very far. So the patient squeezed himself through the door and bumped his scrotum against the door. Bam. Shut on him. That could have happened.
I suppose.
Let's see. Taking a shower, pulled on it too hard, and it started to bleed.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, that's.
I don't think that's
another.
Rubbed too hard with a loofah.
Well, sometimes they can be really rough.
They are really rough.
The new ones.
I don't know why you'd want to.
Well, for exfoliation, Bill.
I don't know why you'd want to exfoliate your.
Yeah.
Let's see. Playing with a toy dinosaur, and he made it bite his.
You get what you get there. I think.
I think maybe that did happen, and the guy was saying, "I was just kidding around."
Yeah.
Caught in the zipper now. Caught in the zipper of the pants.
Oh,
Franks
I saw
and
that
beans.
movie.
And
yeah.
it's happened to me when I was a kid. It happened to me. Now, in this case, it still had the zipper attached when he arrived at the hospital.
Yeah.
Presumably too painful to.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid, it probably happened once or twice to me, as a matter of fact. And it was that's painful. Dancing, and accidentally hit his penis on the ground.
I don't even know how that would happen.
Let's see. There's a couple here. I can't. These are some of them are so bad I can't even say them. Let's see. Sibling threw a spray paint can into a bonfire, which exploded and caused burns to.
Was that in the South? That was in the South, wasn't it?
Yeah, you don't.
It
throw
doesn't say.
You don't throw your cans into the fire.
Let's see. No, I can't do that one. Lying in bed playing video games when he noticed he was having penis pain.
That's it.
That's all it says.
Yeah.
Let's see. There are lots of these. Kicked in the testicles by a pit bull.
Well, yeah.
Like that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Tried to do a slide out on the dirt bike. I guess that means like slide it underneath you, kind of like a trick.
That'd do it.
The tire of the bike brushed up on a tree. The patient fell off the bike, and it split his scrotum in half.
Ooh, that would do it.
Swelling and pain after sitting down really hard on a chair.
Well, yeah.
That could happen.
Could happen.
Really?
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
It could.
I mean, I don't have these parts, so I defer to you guys.
Well, you can imagine you don't have parts that dangle like that.
No, there's.
So
no.
that could happen.
Okay.
Ran into a gaming chair.
A lot of these sound like they could be avoided with proper underwear.
There is a point there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these happen when someone is naked doing things they shouldn't be doing naked.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. Closed his eyeglass case on his.
Now, how would that happen?
They snap. Because.
How? What? I get that. That's one of those you get what you get, I think.
I think you're probably right. Let's see. Oh, this probably happened. Was spinning a non-lit fire spinner baton when it hit his scrotum. It's very specific.
Yeah.
So it's a fire spinning baton, but it wasn't lit.
Okay, but it wasn't lit.
But still hit him in the.
Well, yeah.
Hit him in the. Drinking at his bachelor party, passed out. Friends glued his penis to his stomach.
Oh,
I bet that
those
happened.
aren't friends. Why would friends do that?
No.
Those are not your friends.
I'm sure that happened. I got to skip. Let's see. Was out walking, ran into the tip of a mop handle.
No, you didn't. Out walking.
I was out walking, and there was this mop.
Just right there in the middle of the road.
I don't know what happened there.
That for a second.
His wedding ring got stuck on the base of.
What?
His wedding ring?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you how much I love you.
No.
But that's really, I mean, does he have big fingers?
Or a tiny.
Yeah.
That's.
Was watching football. Got excited when the team scored and accidentally punched himself in the penis.
How do you punch?
I don't. I guess. I guess. Yeah. I guess that was it.
No, you can't control your.
You can't.
Got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
Put some underwear on.
Don't be loading and unloading the dishwasher. Well, as a matter of fact, it says here,
Stop doing things naked.
Was unloading his dishwasher without any clothing on, and he has a penis ring, and it got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
That'll do it.
And that forcibly removed his. This I can't.
This is a list of stupid people.
Yeah.
Now, I mean,
they deserve what they get.
I think the only real injury I can think that I've had like that. Oh well, wait a minute. I had another one that I think I've probably talked about it on the air, but I would never do it again. But I did when I was a little kid, the zipper one.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't.
More than once you did that?
I think maybe more than once. Probably twice. Because when you're little, you're just getting used to zipper technology.
You were in a hurry, weren't you?
Well, you're always in a hurry when you're doing that sort
First
of thing.
time I'd give you a warning. This warning. You do this again, and I'm taking it away from you. Because you obviously
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
You left Bobby Caldwell waiting. You were here.
Sorry.
And he was waiting for you to come take him away. I want to know if he was okay when you went to
Oh, he
get
was
him.
fine. He was,
Okay.
Well, he wasn't fine.
He wasn't fine.
He was. You visited him.
I had to take him, yes.
Right.
I'm terribly sorry. I was here. And
It's your job.
I didn't look at my pager, and, I need to turn up the vibrate.
Yeah.
I've been doing a little research about Grim Reapers, Frank.
Uh-huh.
And Frank Christ is a Reaper for celebrity souls only.
Remember what they say about finding things online.
Says Grim Reapers typically tend to eliminate anything that gets in their way. And they consider demons vulgar.
Well, I'm not a fan, I'll say that.
And Grim Reapers require sleep and they need to eat. Is that true?
Yes. I'm exhausted. And hungry, and I can't eat.
Do you sleep on a My Pillow? Do you have a My?
Oh, God, no.
And it says here also that all Grim Reapers dress in black, and you don't have any other color of
That's true.
cowl. Is
It's
that
the
true?
uniform. They issue the uniform when you get the job, The curse, I mean, not the job, the curse.
I'm just kind of curious about eating, though. What it says here, they need to eat. What do you?
Well, I'm a magical being, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't eat anything physical.
Oh,
I absorb energy.
I see. It's eating in a way.
Yeah, in a way.
I got it.
Consuming. He
Yes,
consumes.
consuming.
Yes.
And it says the community of Grim Reapers is referred to as the Grim Reaper Dispatch. Is that true?
That's our newspaper.
Oh, that's what it says here. Yeah.
Again, it's the internet. You got to be careful.
The newspaper news for Grim Reapers, the Grim Reaper Dispatch.
Yes.
Frank is here. We're going to play a game called
Grim
Frank,
Reapers?
Yeah, Frank Christ presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
That's right. We have a contestant on the phone, and the contestant will have to select which one of the 4 celebrities I have here has passed away. And what would the contestant win, Gina?
We have tickets to see the Lumineers at USANA Amphitheater on September 3rd with special guest James Bay.
And who is our contestant?
Joey.
Joey. Are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Joey. How are you?
I'm doing really good. How are you, Bill?
I'm fine. I'm just fine. How about you, Joey? Are you fine?
Say
I'm
you're
fine. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
There you go, Joey. Thanks for stringing us along here. Joey, we're going to play the game now. I've got a list here that Frank has given me of precious celebrities that Frank loves. And 3 of the people on this list are...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine. Never met them.
But one of them Frank has had to take, much to his sorrow. So here we go. These, because it's, what's his name's birthday today? Chuck
Woolery.
Chuck Woolery's birthday today. Game show host Chuck Woolery. These are all game show hosts, okay? Number 1 on the list, Joey, is Richard Karn, an American actor, author, and former game show host. He, of course, starred as Al Borland on Home Improvement, but he was the host of Family Feud for quite a while. Karn replaced Patrick Duffy as host of Game Show Network's Bingo America, and he served as a substitute host on the Game Show Network Radio. Number 1, Richard Karn. Number 2 on the list is Jim Perry. Perry enjoyed success on both Canadian and American television game shows. He was the host of the American game show Card Sharks and Sale of the Century, as well as the Canadian game shows Definition and Headline Hunters. Perry was also the host of the Miss Canada pageant. Number 2, Jim Perry. Number 3 on the list, Ralph Pierre Lecoq, better known as Peter Marshall.
Oh,
Peter Marshall was...
that wasn't his real name.
Peter Marshall was a game show host, television and radio personality, singer, and actor. He was the original host of the Hollywood Squares and had almost 50 television, movie, and Broadway credits. Marshall's friend, Maury Amsterdam, recommended him to fill in for Bert Parks, who emceed the pilot of the Hollywood Squares. Marshall became the regular host, got the job away from Bert Parks.
Lucky.
Marshall also hosted a popular midday radio show for 15 years and won a Daytime Emmy for Outstanding Game Show Host 4 times. Number 3 is Mr. Lecoq, Peter Marshall. And number 4 on the list is John Davidson. Davidson was an actor, singer, game show host known for hosting That's Incredible, Time Machine, and Hollywood Squares in the 80s. and a revival of the $100,000 Pyramid. He guest starred on the TV series The Streets of San Francisco, and I looked this up and watched a bit of it in an episode called Mask of Death, portraying a cross-dressing lounge singer who murders his/her fans.
I didn't know that.
In the episode, Davidson sings in drag while impersonating people like Carol Channing, singing "Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend."
Oh, I know what I'm doing today.
You've got. I saw it's available on YouTube. John Davidson is number 4 on the list. So of those 4, which one is no longer with us, Joey?
Ooh, let's see. I recognize 2 of the names.
Uh-huh.
The Canadian host I don't recognize,
Mm-hmm.
but I do know Hollywood Squares is pretty old.
Okay.
Very first rendition. I believe maybe it was a transition of black and white to color TV, so I would have to go with, I believe it was number 3.
Peter Marshall? No, I'm sorry.
That's some good detective work. But
that was good thinking, but Peter Marshall is quite old now.
He's fine. He's just fine, though.
I don't know how fine he is. He's 96.
He's spry.
I'll give you another chance, though,
Man.
Joey. Here we go. See if you can tell me from this. Is it Richard Karn, Jim Perry, or John Davidson?
Jim Perry.
Absolutely. Jim Perry. He died in 2015 at the age of 82 from cancer. So there you go. You've won the tickets to Lumineers. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I love X96.
Oh,
Thanks,
thank you.
Joey.
Hang on the line. Katie will get some information.
John Davidson is still alive, but he's
fine.
pretty much retired. He's 81.
Frank, I'm watching that
And-
clip right now.
Oh,
Richard, he doesn't look good, does he?
Nope.
Richard Karn is still with us, of course. He's 67. And there you go.
Oh.
And Peter Marshall, whose real name is Ralph Pierre Lecoq, his son, I forget his son's first name, but he went, like, let's say it's Frank. Frank Lecoq was a professional Major League Baseball player for a number of years.
Didn't follow in the family business.
Nope.
Well, that's Chuck Woolery 82, huh?
Go get him, why don't you?
I'm going to sharpen up my blade and see about that.
I think that Peter Marshall would be easy pickings at 96. And I saw a recent picture of him. His eyebrows are so thick, he probably wouldn't see you coming.
Well, let me make a note of that. Has anyone seen Eric Estrada?
Oh,
No,
he's
really?
fine.
74.
He's
Paunch?
fine.
Paunch.
Oh,
I'll
man.
race him in my scooter. He's a chip, you know.
I know.
Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
There he goes, off his electric scooter, Frank Chris.
All right, big boy news and opinioendo next. Stand by.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing.
That's
it's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's the.
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
look,
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he one cheek. He tried to one cheek sneak.
One cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so
Yeah.
condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
News and Opinioendo. Now, brought to you by...
Join Gina Barberi this Saturday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Performance Honda Bountiful. I edited that.
That's not what it says.
It doesn't say that.
the star of Beat Gina, Carrie.
But that's not who it
they
says.
misspelled my name on
Barbiera.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not
maybe
you.
it's not me. Maybe I don't have to go to Performance Honda Bountiful on Saturday.
Yeah,
from
don't show
2 to
up unless
4.
they fix that.
Gina Barbiera is going to have Radio from Helmogs to give away while they last.
Who said she could have them?
Yeah.
No, I need to talk to Todd about it.
I don't know who that is.
You know what Casa Bonita is?
Yes.
Larry Miller, when he was alive, fell in love with Casa Bonita in Denver. I think it's in Denver, and decided he would build one here, and that was the Mayan. Cliff divers and Mexican food.
Yeah.
South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone,
who have written Casa Bonita into several episodes,
and they loved it.
Yes.
They loved Casa Bonita, and they bought it. They're reopening with actual good food this time, they say, courtesy of Chef Dana Luca Rodriguez. And the pair already set May 2023 as their reopening month. It will be nearly 2 years after the pair purchased the vacant restaurant. That quickly proved to be a money pit, but, you know, they have the money.
Yes.
They could have abandoned ship with that realization, but they have persisted because they are determined that this entertainment must live, or eatertainment, as they call it. In the meantime, they have kept the existing Casa Bonita employees on the payroll.
Oh, that's nice.
Before posting an ad to hire about 550 more. In that spirit, Casa Bonita enthusiast is rallying fellow fans to camp outside the famed Pink Building, and it sounds like he will be accompanied by over 1,000 people. Jesse Vogel launched a Facebook event, the Great Wait in the Line event, to eat the first night at Casa Bonita opening night. And very quickly, over 10,000 people expressed interest, with 900 fans supposedly committing to attend. On Facebook, Vogel wrote, "This is far better than sleeping outside of Best Buy for a TV.
Should we go?
This is sleeping outside for a once-in-a-lifetime historic event." Well, I think it's already going to be it's already going to be full. Most of the managers are really happy and excited about it. They're honestly very interested to hear of the mission plan for the Great Wait in Line event to eat the first night at Casa Bonita opening night, and they are fully supportive. Let's see if it says exactly when.
In May?
Yeah, May. That doesn't give an exact date, but sometime in May is what they're shooting for. The world's largest Creedence Clearwater Revival collection.
Okay.
Renowned Los Angeles landmark Rockaway Records recently acquired the world's largest collection of Creedence Clearwater Revival memorabilia, including thousands of LPs, 45s, original test pressings, posters, autographed items, and more. One of the highlights of the newly acquired collection is a 1967 Yellow Label 45 by Creedence, pre-name change as the Gollywogs.
Yes.
This rare 45 is one of only 6 copies known to exist. Additional items include a Fender Stratocaster signed by John Fogerty, RIAA Platinum and Gold Record Award plaques, over 500 concert posters, and hundreds of concert tickets and tour programs.
I saw he just recently got the rights to his music back.
John Fogerty did?
He hasn't had them for...
He hasn't. Yeah, that's why all of this stuff is happening now. He's finally in charge.
Nearly every independent record store in Los Angeles and many chains shut their doors years ago, but Rockaway has remained open, shifted their focus to high-end collectibles. The co-founders and brothers Wayne and Gary Johnson started aggressively acquiring extensive record industry and personal collections of vinyl, concert swag, promo items, and other rarities.
Aggressively acquiring sounds like they're ripping things out of people's hands.
And I just read just this week that LP vinyl sales have outpaced CD sales.
Well, when was the last time you bought a CD?
Exactly. It's just vinyl is back.
Yeah.
This would be I would bet if you go to the Rockaway Records website, you'll be able to see a lot of the stuff that they have. Students supported a non-binding referendum at Wellesley College on Tuesday that calls for opening admission to all non-binary transgender applicants. Opponents say the school's mission is to educate women. It's a women's college.
Yes.
The vote was in some ways definitional. What is the mission of a women's college? It's a B. Oyster for the New York Times. Wesley College proudly proclaims itself as a place for women who will make a difference in the world. It boasts a long line of celebrated alumni, including Hillary Clinton, Madeleine Albright, Nora Ephron. On Tuesday, the students supported the referendum that had polarized the campus and went straight to the heart of Wellesley's identity as a women's college. The referendum was non-binding, but they said, we want open admission to all non-binary and transgender applicants, including trans men. Currently, the college does allow admission to anyone who lives and consistently identifies as a woman. The referendum also calls for making the college's communication more gender inclusive, for example, using the word students or alumni instead of women. The vote was definitional. What is the mission of a women's college? So far, the trustees of the college have said, nope, we're not going to do it. We are we are liberal, but we're not going to do that because it will change the mission of Wellesley College. New spacesuits have been designed, if anybody cares. They're sleeker and more flexible. You know, when astronauts were last on the moon, they had to wear those big white puffy, and they're hard to move around in, and so they've redesigned them and made them more flexible, and they look kind of cool. Now, the ones that were modeled were black, but that's not what they'll look like.
Well, if they're black, you'll get lost in space.
They won't be black because they have to be white to reflect light and keep the guys warmer.
As long as they have pockets, right?
All right. Let's see. And finally, for decades, the mezcal worm, commonly known as the tequila worm, even though it's not in tequila, it's in mezcal, has been placed inside bottles of mezcal as a marketing strategy to enhance the flavor and color of the drink. But a new study shows that the tequila worm may not be the insect many believe it is. Researchers at the University of Florida sequenced DNA from different worms that were found in many different branded bottles of mezcal purchased between 2018 and 2022 from both North American and Mexican distributors. Of the 21 larvae subjected to DNA extraction, 18 yielded DNA sequences that were suitable for analysis. They said, the leader of the study says, it was not expected because there's some debate in the literature as to the specific type of worm it is. The researchers found larvae, not worms. It was not a butterfly or a beetle, as some have thought. Science, I don't know why they care.
What are they?
They're different. They're different
Meaning
kinds.
they're not a uniform. They're
Yeah.
not all the same.
Yeah. They're not all the same insect or larvae. There are larvae of several different
Assorted
varieties.
larvae?
Yeah, assorted insect species. Not everybody said it's the agave worm. You know, it lives in the agave plant. Not necessarily. Probably not at all. And you know what you're supposed to do with that worm as you pass around the bottle of tequila? Whoever has the last glug is supposed to drink the worm as well, which I think is crazy.
It's stupid.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Weather.
Well, we've got some beautiful weather, a change from what we've had going on. Several days of clear, sunny skies, no rain in sight. High today of 44, Friday 46, Saturday could be 50. Next chance of rain/snow looks like Sunday night into Monday, but even that not a big chance. So a lovely weekend on tap for you. Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets now through March 26th.
All right, things that must go coming up. Stand by.
Listen to
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the
Yes.
Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh,
It's a pie in a box.
it's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's
apple.
the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're
the
missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a
Aw.
setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis
further on.
Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pie Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what, you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
He's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just
Delicious.
devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Yes, indeed. Things that must go. You send them to us, and we read them on the radio. And hopefully, these things that are bugging you will leave your life. At the very least, you'll feel better by getting it off your chest. If you have things that must go, send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go," if you would please, in the subject line. I have one of my own. When you're eating pistachios, which I love, and you know how they're popped open a little bit, and the ones that are not popped open, the pistachios that have not popped, they're I just throw them away. But there's good pistachio meat in there, but they're too hard to crack.
They just need to bite them.
No, they're too hard. So that must go. If you've got to get them all popped. This one, let's see. It says. People who have disabled parking placards because they take care of someone disabled and then use it when the disabled person isn't with them or is dead.
Or is dead.
Thank you for that one. Let's see. This one says, when you are too quick to get out of your car and you close the door before you've moved your slow butt out of the way, and inevitably it causes the pointy and most deadly part of the door to scrape against your shin. It takes just the top 2 layers of skin off and leaves you with a bruise on where your pant leg roughly rubs against your leg all day. Pointy car doors must go. And then finally, this one. I work at the Sandy Costco.
Okay.
And yesterday at work, a member, a
Yeah.
customer, pooped on the floor while trying to make it to the bathroom.
What?
Human feces on the floor for all to see and smell. That must go. You guys are the best.
Hell?
I just love pooped on the floor. That must go. You guys are the best.
Thanks.
Carrie?
Wow. I'm sorry. I'm baffled.
Somebody was obviously having a condition and
All right.
couldn't make it.
Things that must go. People who keep saying to us, the liberal media, you see, we prayed for rain. Yeah. Okay, now do poverty. All right?
Pray to end war.
Try that one.
Childhood cancer.
Yeah,
How about
childhood.
that?
That's a good one. Pick that one. Pray for end of childhood cancer.
It worked for rain.
Get on that. Come on now. Let's see. Things that must go. I have to change my password every 3 months.
I hate that too. Yeah.
For a work computer. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Let's see. This one from Suzanne. Why in the freaking hell is Trump even talking about a running mate when he should be in prison? What is this moron going to prison? We've waited 2 years already. Sad to say, Suzanne, that the American society is impatient.
He should be talking about a cellmate rather than a running mate.
He's not going to go to prison. I've given up.
Let's see. This one from, it doesn't say I can use my name, and I can see why. Thing that must go, my fiancé cheating on me.
Oh,
I know it's related to their mental health struggles, but it still sucks. Please send vibes to get them to go back to therapy. Yes. This one from, it does not say I can say, so. Toxic bosses must go. I have one who always claims he, as he points to the sky, he is on our side. How do you not laugh out loud when that happens? All right, Gina?
Have this one from friend of the program, Gregory. I'm not going to read your whole email here because it's long and it's pretty personal, but Gregory's dealing with his dad in the hospital, and his must-goes are related to how hard that is dealing with doctors and family and insurance.
Oh, I
and
know.
All of that. So, Gregory, we've all been there, and we
Done it
feel
twice.
you.
That's too bad.
Let's see, this from Nick here in St. George. My thing that must go is getting my parking spot at Target snaked by people with rascal scooters. I mean, can't you just drive that right into the store? That and St. George drivers. I've driven all over the country, and St. George drivers are hands down the worst. Who knows that the second the light turns red, is it still okay for multiple cars to continue through the intersection? Let's see. Toxic, selfish, narcissistic family members who need to judge how I parent. You're 25, no kids, and can barely take care of yourselves, but because you took a psych class, you think you know better. Thank you for letting me listen. You all have a bright spot during a bad time, and I appreciate you all. And finally, this from our friend Librarian. Can you please make people stop ignoring posted parking lot speed limits? I'm so tired of people treating parking lots like racetracks. There are people walking, cars backing up, all kinds of reasons to slow the F down. I fear for my life and the lives of those around me every day. Oh, please, Lords of Morning Radio, make it go away.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
RenaissanceRanch.com.
You know, Renaissance Ranch is an addiction treatment center for male patients specifically. And if you or someone you love is struggling with addiction to drugs or alcohol, it's a good place to go. You know, I've been talking to them recently, as a matter of fact, about a family member, and they're really terrific people. Renaissance Ranch, it's, I think, probably one of the premier drug and alcohol treatment facilities in Utah. Hundreds of five-star reviews. They come very well recommended by other drug treatment programs that are run by, you know, the county and things like that. They say if you need a private drug treatment center, Renaissance Ranch is great. They offer residential and outpatient services. It's an amazing family-owned program. Schedule a free consultation and read compelling success stories online. You'll find them at RenaissanceRanch.com.
Utah's largest sportsman's expo for the entire family.
I don't know if you want to know what I've been thinking lately.
What?
You know, Wade our attorney friend Wade was in here the other day.
Wade Taylor?
Wade Taylor. And he brought something for Carrie, and then he brought a gift for me and a gift for Gina. And it was our end-of-life directive papers. And which I don't think I even asked him for, but he thought he was, he thought it would be.
It's something people don't think to do, but they should do.
And so I was filling those out, and they're kind of, and it just says, it's basically,
what are your wishes?
Here's what I want you to do if I'm on my deathbed.
Mhm.
Don't take any extraordinary measures. And then, but then it made me think. So I've said for a long time, well, I want to be cremated when I die, and I don't know what your wishes are or your wishes are, Carrie.
I think it's cremated. It's up to Sue.
Yeah,
really.
Well, but then I thought, well, I want to be cremated, and then I thought, well, so my brother, he was cremated when those were his wishes. My mother was not happy with that, really,
but she did it anyway.
But we knew that was my brother's wishes, and so he was cremated. And then I thought, but that was still, boy, the funeral, and that's also expensive, and even if you're cremated, it's expensive. And then I thought, oh wait, though. My wife's brother, when he died, was cremated, but he not right away because he donated his body to the University of Washington in Seattle.
Oh, really?
So he wasn't cremated right away. When they were done with it,
they take care of it.
They cremated him and they give the ashes to, and there was no funeral expense. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna donate my body to the University of Utah Medical School.
That's a great idea.
And so I've been looking into it, and our friend Jennifer Nozawa, some time ago, she works at the School of Social Work, I believe, at the U. She's there. And she sent me all the forms and all of that stuff.
All the stuff you need. Huh?
And it's amazing. So if you live within 50 miles of the University of Utah, first you fill out the forms and you give them to them. And, my father-in-law, by the way, who just died, he had also filled out all of these forms.
Oh, really?
And this is what happened. So he donated his body as well to the university. So if you live within 50 miles, they come and pick up your body for free. If you live without the 50 miles, then your family will have to pay for transportation costs to the U. But I live like 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
I'm close.
Your family could walk you up to the U.
As a matter of fact, my wife would say, hey, don't worry about it. We'll just throw him in the car and run him up.
Yeah, get out the wheelbarrow.
Yeah. So
wheel him up.
And then, really, that's it. There is no cost associated with any of this.
As there shouldn't be.
Yeah,
You're donating your...
Yeah. And then they will keep your body for as long as it is useful to medical students.
To study.
For whatever. So it might be a year, it might be as long as 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then they cremate you and they return. If you don't want the remains, fine. They put them in a memorial wall. There's a memorial someplace. There's a whole thing of body donation facts and figures. Average number of bodies donated to the U every year is 40. The number of bodies donated per year since the 1980s.
40.
Per year. That's a pretty high number, seems to me. In 2017, 244 bodies were donated to the University of Utah. There are 400 right now in use by the program.
Wow. 400?
Yeah. The length of time a donor body will be used. It says anywhere from 3 months to 2 years.
2 years sounds like...
Yeah, there's a lot there. Amount donors save on funeral and mortuary expenses by donating $1,000 to $10,000. Who can donate and how? The U accepts a wide range of bodies from throughout the Intermountain West. The donor or their surviving family must fill out a bequeathal form and return it to the U. Who can't donate? They don't accept infants or small children because of a lack of research funding for those age groups. Donors can't have any communicable diseases such as HIV or tuberculosis. Any donors who have had major surgery within 2 months of death or who have been in a traumatic accident cannot be
Yeah, things have to be mostly intact.
Yeah, but my father-in-law was really very old, but I thought, well, are they going to take him? Because he's so everything's shutting down.
So how old do you have to be?
I'm sure 18.
Is it 18?
Yeah, it does. And they say, like you can't behind her back, you can't donate your wife's body. You can't.
She has to agree.
Yeah,
with it. I don't want to pay for her funeral.
Yeah, you got to have the.
Now, Bill, you, if you were donating your body to the University of Utah, that's a local.
Yes, hey, I wonder if it's a tax write-off.
Well, no, I just mean there will be people that might recognize you.
Yeah.
Here's what I need you to do
I'm
now.
sure.
Here's what I need you to do now. You need to get a new tattoo right here that says, "Don't you know who I am?"
That's a great idea. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it just right over my left or right.
Yeah, just right there where the Izod thing would be on your shirt.
Just as a joke.
Don't you know who I am?
The final joke.
Yeah, doesn't have to be that big. Just
I think I'll do with the X96 logo.
Sure. Well,
Radio from Hell logo.
Yeah. Or do you want to go that far? Tip your hand.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Carrie, should we give a prize to the person that notices it?
Well, that's going to assume you guys are still working.
The medical student that noticed.
So we have like an email address next to it. It says,
"Yeah, to claim your prize."
To claim your prize.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, why not?
So let's not have the logo on there. It should just say, "Don't you know who I am?" To claim your prize. Email. And then we'll get like a Gmail account or something.
Yeah. Now let me check. I don't want this to queer the deal. I want to check, to make sure that this little inside joke isn't,
it should be, "Don't you know who I was?"
No, well, yeah.
Well, no, you could still am. Am still
quote.
Works. Yeah.
Yeah. Just the quote, "as he was in life." That's my ex-wife always said she couldn't stand the thought of donating her body to science because she couldn't stand the thought of these medical students, looking at her and making jokes and, like taking her hand and going, "Hi."
How's your hearty handshake now, Bill?
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
No, I
said, "What do you care? You're dead."
Yeah. Take whatever you need of me.
Mm-hmm.
I have no need of it anymore.
Well, do you have any thought of doing that?
I have. My thing has always been whatever my kids want to do with me is fine. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to them.
But you have to you should make your wishes known so they don't have to struggle over it.
I know. Yeah.
So you should put that in writing.
Because I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't want them to argue about it.
Because one of them might have one idea,
I
the
know.
other one have another idea.
So,
no,
That's
I
true.
think Mom would want this. No, but I think we should do that. You should say what you want.
That's true. Because what I want, I don't care. But maybe in the interest of not having a fight after I'm gone, I should.
You should say, "Please take my ashes to a Robert Plant concert."
I can give you a really quick morsel of murder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's more like a crumb
the
of murder.
tiniest morsel.
It's a crumb of murder.
Before we go.
Okay.
I thought we were going to save this, so I'm
Well,
not ready.
I'm gonna have a bigger one later, but.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't do your official intro.
Okay, that's all right.
Besides, it's just a crumb.
okay.
It's not a morsel. It's just a little.
So Timothy Blyfnick.
Blyfnick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was arrested on Monday and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of home invasion. Timothy was a Family Feud contestant not that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
and gave prosecutors a big clue in their case against him for allegedly murdering his wife. The question was, what's the biggest mistake you made at your wedding?
Survey said?
It's Steve Harvey.
Oh.
But it's
It's still survey said.
his answer was saying I do. It was the biggest mistake.
Uh-huh.
Fast forward to late last month, Rebecca Bleifnick was found dead inside her home. Timothy's been charged with breaking into her home, shooting her multiple times. They were going through a divorce. But on Family Feud, what's your biggest regret from your wedding day? He said, saying I do.
So I guess the divorce proceeding was not going quickly enough for him.
I
Is
guess
that what it was?
not.
So he was asking for it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's just
What
a
does
quick.
Steve,
Just
what
a
does
quick.
Steve Harvey say? He just says, "Show me." I think he goes,
His is more like visual, like expressions on his
"Show
face.
me, show me."
Well, Richard Dawson would say "show me" too, but he got famous for survey said. for
Survey
some
said.
reason.
I do. Show me I do.
Steve Harvey's all right, but he's no Richard Dawson.
Well, no.
Who is, and who did it? Oh, Louis did it too. Louis Anderson.
Louis Anderson.
Louis was good.
And Richard Karn was not.
No.
And did Jay Peterman do it?
No.
He did some game
He
show.
did some game show.
Yeah, I can't think of which one it was.
And then there was the Utah guy.
John O'Hurley. Oh, who was supposed, and he died by suicide.
Yes.
God,
what was
what
his
was that
name?
guy's name? He was really quite talented.
He was actually good at it.
Yeah.
He was the heir apparent to Dawson, as I recall.
I think you're right. Yeah. Geez, I can't think of his name now.
Hold on.
He was
Ray Combs.
Ray Combs. Thank
and
you.
he did
You know what I
some of them.
Googled?
Dead
No.
Feud host.
Family Feud suicide.
Family Feud Mormon host.
Oh, really? Oh.
And he did host some, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did it for a while.
Yeah.
And then decided he could not remain with us any longer. That's terrible.
Yep.
Terrible, terrible.
It's terrible.
Terrible, terrible. I don't watch game shows at all anymore.
How come?
I don't know. I'll watch old every once
Jeopardy?
in a while.
You watch Jeopardy, don't
I
you?
thought you
no.
watched Jeopardy all the time.
No, I don't. I
Oh.
don't. I watched it when that guy was winning and winning and winning recently.
But you don't regularly.
No. I'll watch old episodes of Match Game occasionally.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're
Wow.
very funny.
Wow, 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 wow.
I did happen to see the new Match Game. I think I didn't know who most of the panelists were, and it was not good.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. It
Where's
was not
Fanny
good.
Flag?
He was trying. Baldwin was okay,
I thought they did okay with it.
but the celebrities were not. You know, there was no Charles Nelson Riley, no Brett Summers, you know.
The one that, yeah. Let's see, there was Match Game. There was a bunch of them that they've relaunched.
Hollywood Squares was always good.
They've relaunched Pyramid. They've relaunched.
That's the one I was going to say.
I used to watch
A bunch
Pyramid
of 'em.
when it was on originally. I thought it was a good concept for a game.
And they just, is it Wordle? RuPaul is hosting.
A Wordle one?
Yeah, there's a game show that RuPaul is hosting. And I want to say it's Wordle. Or it's like a word game, but it's not Wordle. Because the ad is before Wordle, it was
Password. No.
something.
No. Let me see.
I can't remember. Just right, RuPaul game show host.
Is the Game Show Network still on?
I think so.
Lingo.
Lingo, that's it.
Lingo.
RuPaul is hosting Lingo.
I have no idea what Lingo is.
Board game.
Huh.
Lingo. All right.
The worst game show was that one Howie Mandel hosted with the suitcases, the briefcases.
Oh, it was huge.
Why was that the worst?
It was huge for the longest
I
time.
know, but it was just boring.
All right, let's do the promo.
We have a very special guest coming on the Radio from Hell show on Friday, and you're both going to need to be on your best behavior. Bill, no eating in the studio.
But I need my morning Chex Mix and kombucha.
Carrie, tomorrow you're going to need to pronounce the word robot
But
correctly.
it's more fun to say robot.
Friday's Radio from Hell show, movie reviews, Have Another Drink with Jimmy, concert tickets, and robots.
I don't think I can stop saying robot.
And I'm going to be extra hangry.
Robots.
What?
It's for the kid.
Oh.
We'll tell you about it tomorrow.
Yeah. This is a tease.
Yes.
I see.
You can help kids with robots.
Robot
That's all we're going to
kids.
say.
Robots.
Robot kids. No, they're not robot kids.
They're kids with robots.
I don't want people who are prejudiced against robot kids.
No.
You can't use it that way when you have to say robotics. You can't say robotics.
Robotics?
No, don't say that.
You can't say robotics.
That's true. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Everything comes from somewhere.
Marcy is next.